It reads, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss." Let us take a moment to reflect on that news. Let me just repeat that statement, which we have received in the past few minutes. It reads, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss." We are staying on air to bring you reaction to that news, the death of the Duke of Edinburgh at the age of 99. During 73 years of marriage, he was, as the Queen said, her strength and stay. He shared her sense of duty. The Duke put that above any ambition he might have had for himself. And now she faces that duty without his companionship, counsel and humour. The Duke of Edinburgh's role in the history of the United Kingdom is assured. In the next few hours, we'll look back on his life and bring you reaction to his death, as well as tributes to his contribution over many decades to the life of this country. From the moment he married the Queen, Prince Philip committed his life to loving and serving her, but there was no living role model for him to follow as her consort. The young naval officer was in uncharted waters, yet through 73 years of marriage, his course never wavered, a near constant presence at the Queen's side and the very definition of a companion. Our royal editor Chris Shipp looks back on the life of the Duke of Edinburgh.
He was born Prince Philip of Greece and Denmark in 1921 on the Greek island of Corfu. His mother was Princess Alice of Battenberg, which made Philip a great-great-grandchild of Queen Victoria, just like his future wife. But Philip and his family were forced to flee Greece after a coup, and he ended up at Gordonston School in Scotland, where the disciplines of sport and achievement were to shape his future. Because from Gordonston, he went to the Royal Navy in 1939 as a cadet.
His Majesty walking down the ranks of the cadets and after...
He was at Britannia Royal Naval College in Dartmouth before the war. At the back here, in the centre of the screen, is the 18-year-old Philip. He'd been asked to entertain the King's daughters during a royal visit. The eldest daughter, Elizabeth, is sitting along from her parents, just 13 at the time. Afterwards, they played croquet in the gardens outside. It was clear Elizabeth had taken a shine to Philip in Dartmouth that afternoon. But whatever might have started then would have to wait. World War II was about to take Philip far away. With the Navy, he fought the Italians and then the Japanese. But the young princess exchanged letters with Philip throughout the war years, which allowed them, when peace finally came, to pick up their romance.
It's easy to see the radiant happiness of the princess.
And in 1947, they got engaged.
As she and her very good-looking husband-to-be pose for the cameras in the palace.
And the wedding, when it came later that year, was to light up a post-war Britain still mired in bomb damage and rations. He had renounced his Greek title, and the king made him the Duke of Edinburgh.
Now the Duke of Edinburgh takes a fatherly hand, his technique being no better and no worse than most fathers.
Prince Charles was the first of the couple's 4 children, a future king. And the Duke of Edinburgh was promoted to commander. He took charge of his own ship, HMS Magpie, in Malta. So at the beginning of the 1950s, the young couple would lead a life about as close to normal as it ever got.
Here, the royal pair look out over the harbour and points of interest in Valletta.
But as the Duke recalled in later years, he had to abandon the career he loved so much with the sudden death of his father-in-law. His wife had become queen. So at her coronation the following year, an event he insisted should be televised for the world to see, the Duke took an oath to serve his wife, the Queen, for the rest of his life. He knelt before her and swore to be her loyal follower.
I, Philip, will become your liege man of life and limb, and of earthly worship. In faith and truth I will bear unto you, to live and die, against all manner of folk, so help me God.
Rising, he kisses the Queen's cheek and touches the Queen's crown, in token of his readiness to help her bear its burden.
His wife was head of state, but what would this young man, the Queen's consort, do now?
Here's Dr. Kurt Hahn, lately headmaster of Gordonstoun School, where the Duke was once a pupil.
The answer came, in part, from the Duke's former headmaster, Dr. Kurt Hahn. In 1956, they channeled their shared interest in sport and voluntary service to launch the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme.
These are the boys of Dunstable Grammar School out on fire practice, ably assisted by the local fire brigade.
The main purpose of the scheme is to help boys to find activities which will give them pleasure and satisfaction, perhaps for the rest of their lives.
1,000 completed the award in its first year. More than 3 million 14 to 24-year-olds have achieved their D of E since then.
The Duke plays at back. He's easy to recognise in the match with number 4 on the back of his shirt and wearing a black cap.
And he channeled that passion for sport into his own life. An accomplished polo player, only retiring reluctantly in 1971. And at the age of 50, he turned his attention to carriage driving, which he kept at even when the sport became sometimes a little challenging.
You idiot!
And at others, a little dangerous. But even when he had been thrown to the ground, he was straight back in the carriage, his desire to win overcoming everything else. But there was also a passion for conservation. He was president of the Worldwide Fund for Nature from 1961, years before the world's attention turned to the environment.
And they've got nostrils over there on the end there,
yes. Prince Philip and his eldest son did share a passion for the outdoors, but often they had a different outlook on life. One a pragmatist, the other a thinker. A difference best articulated by Philip loving everything about Gordonstoun School, but Charles never quite fitting in there. At the time of the wedding and latterly the breakup of Charles and Diana's marriage, the Duke was enormously supportive of Diana. He was once, like her, the royal outsider. But his focus turned to his grandsons William and Harry when Diana's life was cut short by that car crash in Paris. This was a moment when the Duke of Edinburgh had to support his wife at what became a very dangerous time for the monarchy. But later that year, when the Queen and Duke celebrated their golden wedding anniversary, she paid him a personal and rare public tribute.
All too often, I fear Prince Philip has had to listen to me speaking. He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years.
And it was also an anniversary for reflecting on how their long and successful partnership had endured.
I think that the main lesson that we've learned is that tolerance is the one essential ingredient of any happy marriage. And you can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
Tolerance the Queen did sometimes need to cope with her husband's sense of humour.
Can you get Radio 3 on it?
But Prince Philip's wit and sharp tongue sometimes created headlines which the palace could have done without. At age 90 here, he looked not to have a care in the world. But the hours spent on the River Thames for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee would leave him in hospital with a bladder infection, and there followed rare moments when the Duke was not by the Queen's side. His official diary did not go on, and when he announced his retirement from royal duties, Prince Philip did what he does best. He made a joke. This one was about his own advancing years.
I'm sorry to hear you standing down. I'll stand up much.
And so it was just a few months later that the Duke bid farewell. On a wet August day in the forecourt of Buckingham Palace, he saluted the Royal Marines, of which he was the Captain General, and at 96, he completed his final official engagement. Retirement was mostly spent away from the cameras and mostly at Sandringham, which was where he had a car crash, one he escaped from with no injuries, remarkably, even at 97. 2 others were injured though, and it forced the Duke to surrender his driving licence, and with it, a bit of the independence he greatly valued. There were no more official engagements, but neither retirement nor a recent hip operation were good enough reasons to miss a big royal wedding. He watched his grandson Prince Harry marry Meghan Markle in 2018. And he also met the couple's son Archie when he was born a year later. It led to this photograph, one which showed just how much the royal family had changed since he joined it in 1947. But as his granddaughter-in-law Meghan would later tell Oprah Winfrey after she left the family, she thought it hadn't changed enough. During the coronavirus lockdown, Prince Philip was moved to Windsor Castle, where this picture was taken for his 99th birthday, and another for the 73rd anniversary of his marriage to the Queen. They both isolated at Windsor with a small number of staff to limit the risk of infection. And it was during that year he stepped out in public momentarily to hand over his military role with the Rifles Regiment to the Duchess of Cornwall. 99 years old and still making jokes. This one was about fitness. As he had done with people for so many years. He then headed back inside to resume his retirement behind closed doors. But of all the stays he had endured in hospital in his later years, 2021 would see the longest of them all. Prince Philip was discharged 4 weeks after first arriving and had a sudden visit one Saturday afternoon from his eldest son. The Duke of Edinburgh was treated for both an infection and heart surgery in that time. If Queen Elizabeth's reign is to be judged a success, it will be in no small part because of the man she married. In his adopted country, Prince Philip became the joint author of the Second Elizabethan era. She is the longest-serving monarch in British history, but at her side throughout was the longest-serving consort.
Our Royal Editor Chris Shipp reporting on the life of Prince Philip. Well, Chris is on the line with us now. Chris, first off, let's start by reflecting on the news and that statement that we have just had from the royal household.
Yeah, Lucrezia, I think we should reflect on this by talking about what a sad moment this is for the Queen, the loss of the man that she has spent so much of her life with. And as we all know, he recently had his longest ever stay in hospital. He left King Edward VII Hospital in the middle of last month after being treated there for both an infection and then being moved to another hospital for a heart operation. That for him was a very difficult period. He's not a man who liked being in hospital. He liked his independence, and I think he was desperate to get back to Windsor Castle, because of course it is at Windsor Castle where he has spent the past year with the Queen. It's where they've had their anniversary, their 73rd wedding anniversary in November. And in many ways, he spent more time in Windsor with the Queen in this last year because of the pandemic than he has at any other point in their lives together. He also had his 99th birthday. That was last June. And most people know that he was due to turn 100 this June, but he passed away this morning in Windsor. We've had that statement from the palace now to say that he passed away peacefully, they said, and that is where the Queen remains at this time.
And Chris, as you say, the Duke desperate to get home from hospital, desperate to get back to Windsor and be by the Queen's side. But this, of course, means that the Queen will continue her reign as a widow. Just how much of a support has the Duke of Edinburgh been to her over the years?
Well, I think it's important to take people back to that period of Prince Philip's life, after the war, when his relationship with Princess Elizabeth, as she was then, really flourished. Here is a man, still in his naval uniform. He was still serving in the Royal Navy at that time. And the wedding that they had in July of 1947 really lifted the national mood. Let's remember what a state Britain was in, broken and battered after the country. And that was a real high point, the wedding in November of 1947, when many or most of the country was still reliant on rations. He is a man who persuaded the palace, who he saw then as being rather out of date. He wanted them to film the coronation, and he's been at her side throughout. So here is someone who didn't really have an official role as consort. How do you define that role? But he was an advisor, a confidant, and a rock.
Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth, and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War. At Cape Matapam, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. He was an environmentalist and a champion of the natural world, long before it was fashionable. With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And it is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today. Because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather. Speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct. So we mourn today with Her Majesty the Queen. We offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
the Prime Minister there, Boris Johnson, offering his condolences at the news of the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. We were speaking to our royal editor, Chris Shipp. We can go back to him now. He's on the line. Chris, we just saw a statement there from the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. He talked about how Prince Philip helped steer the royal family and the monarchy, and it's something that shouldn't be understated, is it? What impact will the Duke of Edinburgh's death have on the royal family as a whole? Unfortunately, we've just lost connection with Chris on the line there, but we can speak to our reporter Martha. And Martha, you were listening there to the words from Boris Johnson there. Help steer the royal family and the monarchy, and the support also that he mentioned to Her Majesty the Queen over 73 years of marriage.
That's right. While the Queen was reigning the country, he was taking a role as the head of the family. And as the Prime Minister mentioned, he was a father of 4 children, a grandfather of 8 grandchildren, and more recently, a great-grandfather to 10 great-grandchildren. And he was really the person who was in the background, making sure that the family was okay. He was dealing with the crises as they came up. He was advising his children as they went through difficult times. He was helping to look after all those issues that, while the Queen was busy with state business, he was able to assure her that he was looking after those things that were going on in the background.
Yeah, her strength and her stay, as she said. Martha, for the moment, thank you. Well, let's go now to our political correspondent, Daniel Hewitt, who is in Downing Street. Daniel, a very heartfelt statement from the Prime Minister there just a few moments ago.
Yeah, a fairly short, sombre statement from the Prime Minister. We saw the flags, 2 Union flags lowered to half-mast just before 12 here in Downing Street. It took Downing Street staff all of 10 minutes to get this lectern that was just outside number 10 into the street. Boris Johnson came out and spoke for a few minutes. He really poured praise on the Duke of Edinburgh and his life. He said he was an expert carriage driver who'd steered the royal family and the monarchy. Talked of his steadfast support for the Queen. He said the nation had not only lost a much loved and respected public figure, but also a grandfather, a father, and more recently a great grandfather. We will be hearing more over the coming hours from Downing Street. We expect to hear more about what happens from this point. National mourning begins straight away and lasts until 8 o'clock on the day of the funeral. What exactly national mourning will mean will be laid out by Downing Street at some point. Statements will be issued, and we can expect to hear at some point, I think, again from the Prime Minister, say in the coming days on this. But as I say, a pretty short statement from the Prime Minister laying out the life the Duke of Edinburgh has led. We expect to hear more in the coming hours and days over what this means for the nation practically in terms of how the nation will mourn his death.
And Daniel, you say we're expecting to hear more statements from other political leaders. Have you heard from any so far, apart from the Prime Minister?
You have to forgive me, Lucrezia. We've been pretty busy here in the last 15 minutes in Downing Street, so I haven't been able to see what other political figures have said. We can expect, if we haven't already, to hear from the leader of the opposition, Sir Keir Starmer, and other political leaders. They will, of course, all be issuing statements and giving their thoughts and their condolences to Her Majesty the Queen and to the royal family. I'm sure that will be happening right now as I speak. As I say, we haven't been able to follow that. This has been a pretty quick turnaround here in Downing Street. As I say, the flags were lowered to half-mast just before 12, and within 10 minutes the Prime Minister was out giving that statement in front of the Downing Street lectern. As I say, we expect to hear from political figures and, let's face it, world leaders over the coming hours.
All right, Daniel Hewitt at Downing Street for the moment. Thank you. We're joined now by royal biographer Hugo Vickers. Hugo, you've known the Duke for a long time. This is a very sad day, isn't it?
It's a very, very sad day. But of course, he did have an extremely full life. And of course, knowing how he was, he would never want to have any particular fuss. I'm just so relieved that he was able to be back at Windsor Castle because I know he wanted to get back to Windsor Castle. He and the Queen have loved the castle. They moved in there in 1952. They've been very, very happy there. And of course, many, many years ago in 1885, his mother was actually born in the castle. So there's a sense of history coming round.
And Hugo, the theme that the Duke would not have liked any fuss seems to be running through this, doesn't it? But how do you think he will be remembered?
Well, I think that the interesting thing will be when people actually explore all the things that he did. He kept a very extensive archive at Buckingham Palace. It was very well looked after by a very, very loyal archivist for many, many years. And I think people will be very surprised when they discover in the fullness of time the full extent of all that the Duke of Edinburgh contributed to national life. I mean, you've heard very much about how he was so important in his family, but I mean, he was involved with so many different things, and I think people will be very surprised. I think that he will go down in history as one of the most fascinating people that's lived in the 20th century.
And Hugo, we must of course remember that at the very heart of this will be the Queen, and a tremendous loss for her.
A tremendous loss for her, and I just think, as I said before, it's just such a relief that he was back in the castle. All the understanding was that he was actually doing quite well. So I hope that these last days have been tranquil and calm for both of them, because that's terribly important. It's very, very, very sad for the Queen. I quite agree.
And Hugo, from very unlikely beginnings, Prince Philip became our country's longest consort. That was something that was mentioned by the Prime Minister just a few moments ago. Tell us a bit more about what those early years looked like.
Yes, well, Prince Philip was born as a Prince of Greece and Denmark. His father was away serving in the Asia Minor campaign. He was born in Corfu in 1921. Very soon afterwards, the family went into exile. So he was brought up in exile in Paris, and he went to school there for a bit, and then he came over to England. He went to school at Cheam. He then very much loved Gordonston. He thrived there very much. And then there was a question as to what he would do. And Lord Mountbatten and George VI and George II, the King of Greece, decided he should go into the British Navy. And there he served very, very well and very admirably all the way through the Second World War, very often in the Far Eastern waters. And then afterwards, of course, had by that stage met Princess Elizabeth, and this relationship developed as it must have been quite complicated for them during wartime. And then after the war, as you know, in 1947, they got married, at which point his life changed very much. He never really had a home before then, and suddenly he did. And from that moment onwards, his first priority always was to be a support to the Queen. He did a lot of other things, yes, certainly, off his own bat, but his absolute priority was to help the Queen in any way he possibly could. And that, I think, was a remarkable success.
And Hugo, the Duke, not only a support to the Queen, he was also instrumental, wasn't he, in bringing the royal family into the modern day?
Yes, I mean, when he first married, and well, indeed, when the Queen came to the throne in 1952, some of the courtiers actually weren't very nice to him, and they thought of him as a modernizer. Well, in many ways, in fact, he certainly was a modernizer. And, of course, the great advantage of a constitutional hereditary monarchy is that it can change and develop over the years. I mean, the monarchy, the way the royal family operate now in 2021 is very, very different from the way it was in 1952. And yes, he certainly had a very, very strong influence in that. But of course, he also was always aware that the Queen was the Queen, and so he was a supportive figure. He didn't have a role in the Constitution as such, but there he was, and she was able to draw on his advice and support at any time that she needed it.
All right, Hugo Vickers, for the moment, thank you. We're going to go back now to our royal editor, Chris Shipp, who joins us once again on the line. Chris, first of all, tell us about the announcement on the gates of Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, that announcement is a tradition, really, and one that Buckingham Palace say that they wanted to honour today. You can see here in the forecourt of Buckingham Palace that notice goes up, the announcement, the official announcement of the death of the Queen's husband. However, we have been told where normally it would stay there for some considerable time, it will be taken down shortly because they don't want to attract any crowds to see see it. So that will not be up for very much longer. But that statement there is the same as the official one, Lucrezia, which we read to you at the very top, announcing the passing of the Duke of Edinburgh this morning at Windsor Castle, where he died peacefully.
Chris, we heard from the Prime Minister a few moments ago, didn't we? He talked about the huge role and impact that the Duke of Edinburgh had generally in the country, on the family. But what will be the impact on the family as a whole?
Well, you've got here someone who was a sort of central part of the family. Let's not forget that when the Queen became the monarch in 1952, she had to take on a lot of the responsibilities, and therefore a lot of the family responsibilities fell to him. So therefore he's always been a very sort of central part. I mean, if you look at him in more recent years at Sandringham, for example, where he always enjoyed those really big family occasions on Christmas Day when they went to church, he has always played a vital role in that. And you know, actually one of the hospital stays he had recently, he managed to get out of hospital on Christmas Eve, so desperate was he to be part of that very large traditional family gathering that they've had at Sandringham now for so many years. So he will be hugely missed. And you know, I remember just a few weeks ago when Prince Charles, his eldest son, went in to see him in hospital, looking very sad when he left. That was when he was in King Edward VII for treatment for an infection. And I think, you know, you could just see on his face that the family were coming to terms with his frailty as he approached his 100th birthday.
And Chris, you mentioned there, of course, approaching his 100th birthday. The Duke of Edinburgh had an extraordinary life, didn't he? And a very unusual upbringing.
Yes, you were just talking about some of that with Hugo Vickers just now, and I think, you know, for anyone who's never really looked into the early years of Prince Philip's life, they were quite extraordinary. Born in 1921 on the island of Corfu, because his father, Prince Andrea, was a member of the Greek royal family at the time, and he was sent to a court-martial because of a military campaign that went disastrously wrong. And that was the reason why Prince Philip and his family, his mother, Princess Alice of Battenberg, had to suddenly pick everything up and flee. And it started what was to become a very nomadic lifestyle. His father, for example, settled in Monaco. His mother became mentally unstable and was treated in Germany. He was looked after a lot by his sisters, though he had four elder sisters: Margarita, Theodora, Cecile, and Sophie. And that was really how he spent a lot of his formative years, in the care of his wider family, not in the care of his immediate mother and father. Now, he had a closer relationship with his mother in later years, and you can see pictures here of him when he joined the Royal Navy. And I think it was the Royal Navy that gave him a real rock, a real element of stability in his life that was lacking from his earlier years.
And Chris, we're looking at those earlier pictures of the Duke. Now, some of our viewers will remember, some won't. He really was quite the eligible bachelor in those post-war years, wasn't he?
He was, and I mentioned a few moments ago about the wedding to the Queen and how that lifted the nation. Here you had someone, a very dashing young naval officer who has a lot of Danish blood. His father's family, it comes from Denmark. His mother's from Germany, but also his mother's family was also related to Queen Victoria. So when he arrived on the scene after the war, he cut a very dashing figure. And you know, we had a young queen at the time as well, just 25 years of age, and here was a man who was prepared to put everything that he wanted to do, his own career in the Royal Navy, put everything to one side in order to support his wife, which he has done every single day between that date in February 1952 when King George VI passed away, right until today on his own passing. He's always been by the Queen, and a man who's always wanted to remain active. He's always had links with the Navy, but essentially, and I think as Hugo Vickers was just telling you, a man who really just stood by the Queen throughout all of those years.
Yeah, and Chris, let's talk more about that, Prince Philip's relationship with the Queen. He really, really was her strength and her stay for so much of their lives together, wasn't he?
You know, that strength and stay quote has become one that's been well used. In fact, even the Prime Minister used it a few moments ago on the streets outside Downing Street. And it was made by the Queen in 1997 on the date of their golden wedding anniversary. And she had that room in laughter when she said that all too often I fear Prince Philip has had to listen to me speaking. But, you know, it's worth listening to the full quote there when the Queen speaks about her just thanks, her gratitude to Prince Philip, what he has done. I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, said the Queen on that day, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim or we shall ever know.
All right, our Royal Editor, Chris Shipp, for now. Thank you. With Prince Philip no longer at the Queen's side, the second Elizabethan era will end as Victorian times did with a widow Queen. The sight of the Queen without the Duke has become more familiar since his retirement from public life in 2017. But in private, their relationship remained as close as ever. As Rachel Younger reports, the Queen must now go on without the husband she called her strength and stay.
Together, they saw it all. Through the good times and the bad, the Queen and Prince Philip remained side by side, right to the end.
All the Commonwealth realm.
Now she grieves for a husband whose guidance meant so much.
During these years as your Queen, the support of my family has, across the generations, been beyond measure. Prince Philip is, I believe, well known for declining compliments of any kind. But throughout, he has been a constant strength and guide.
Even as a teenager setting out in life, Philip was already there. It was at a society wedding when the handsome prince from Greece was first seen to offer the young princess and her sister his gentle support. Their engagement was initially kept secret until Elizabeth turned 21, but news of their marriage captured the public's imagination and the nation's heart.
For this was a day of national rejoicing, a day indeed which had caught the imagination of men and women all over the world.
And their wedding put the couple truly centre stage in a national pageant. The pair had expected to spend their early years of marriage in Malta. Philip was stationed there with the Navy, and his career was progressing fast.
It was on the next day that the Princess and the Duke attended the Saddle Club dance at the Hotel Phoenicia.
But those carefree days would end much sooner than expected. With King George VI dying aged just 56, the Duke gave it all up to concentrate on royal duties.
Naturally disappointing because I'd just been promoted to commander. And in fact, the most interesting part of a naval career was just starting. But then equally, if I stopped and thought about it, well, being married to the Queen, it seemed to me that my first duty was to serve her in the best way I could.
It was the start of a partnership which caught the attention of millions around the world. 3/4 of the population of Australia turned out to see them on their first visit down under. The sea of faces followed the couple wherever they went. Over the decades, they became a formidable partnership. And although the Queen was the centre of attention, they took on the world as a team.
He was always supporting her, but they make a unique team together. We're very lucky to have two such strong people and who were never rivals.
Philip's sense of fun and ability to put the Queen at ease helped to relieve the pressure on many formal occasions.
Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid the Queen forgot to bring her glasses with her. So I've been asked to read her speech.
He's left his handbag there.
And his willingness to embrace change and technology helped them take the monarchy forward together.
Royal Guard, powder and...
But at the age of 96, the Duke was ready for a break. He stepped away from public life with the Queen's blessing, after more than 22,000 engagements. At the time, it was expected that the rest of the family would step in to accompany the Queen. Instead, Prince Andrew's been forced out, and Harry and Meghan have acrimoniously withdrawn from royal life. Sheltering from the pandemic at Windsor Castle, the Queen's had a lot to weather. But she's continued to press on with her public duties.
To do that by yourself, I think, would be a very, very lonely place to be. But I think to have the support of your husband there by your side on those occasions and behind closed doors as well, I think is really special.
After a life with him, Queen Elizabeth must now face her future without him. Britain's widow queen. And in this new solo journey, she'll be looking for the support of her family to continue life without the companionship of the consort who was with her for so long.
Good afternoon. If you have just joined us, we have broken into our regular programming to bring you a special programme following the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. And so let me just repeat the statement which we have received in the past hour from Buckingham Palace. It reads, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course." The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. So that statement released about an hour ago by Buckingham Palace on the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. And I'm joined now on the line by royal biographer Penny Junor. Penny, this is a very sad day, isn't it, for the family, the country and indeed around the world?
This is a very sad day. I mean, it's been inevitable, it was coming, but it's so sad that he didn't make his 100th birthday, just a couple of months away. But, you know, he'd had a very good innings. This is a death of a man who really had lived life to the full, who'd given a lot of pleasure to an awful lot of people and a huge support to the Queen over the years. And, you know, all things sadly must come to an end.
I think it is always astonishing, and I remember on the very sad day that Her Royal Highness, the Queen Mother, Her Majesty the Queen Mother died. Even though she was very elderly, and even though the Duke of Edinburgh was 99, it is still something of a shock, isn't it, when somebody who we have known for so long passes away?
I think it's always a shock. I mean, yes, you're right. You know, we should expect it, but for some reason we don't. These people, you know, members of the royal family, the Duke of Edinburgh in particular, for most people alive at the moment, he's been there for our whole life long. And you know, it just seems incredible that they should go.
Yes, it does indeed, Penny. We're looking right now at pictures of the flag at half-mast over Buckingham Palace. And there you have the reality of it, that the Duke of Edinburgh has indeed passed away at the age of 99. He always said, didn't he couldn't think of anything worse than living to 100. So in that sense, I suppose he has done, as ever, exactly what he said he would do.
Yes, I think we must, you know, we must be pleased for him. It sounds, you know, we don't know the details yet, but we're told he passed away peacefully. And that, you know, and being at home with his family, with his wife, that's a pretty good death, I think.
He had been in hospital for a month, hadn't he, in the Edward VII Hospital. He had been quite unwell. We didn't know the details, some sort of heart procedure and something for an existing condition as well. But we understood then, in mid-March, that he was very keen to return to Windsor Castle. Perhaps that is where he wanted to pass away.
I would think he almost certainly, you know, most people want to die at home, surrounded by their own things, in their own bed, with their own family around them. And I think, you know, a month in hospital was a very long time for him, for anyone. And inevitably, although the heart was operated upon and he was deemed fit to go home, a month is a long time to be lying in a bed for anyone of that sort of age, for anyone really, but particularly for that sort of age. And I think that you know, he will have been weakened by that. But to have had 3 weeks after the hospital stay at home, I have to say it's as good as it could be.
Yes, I suppose that's as much as any of us can hope for. And he was not a man who ever took kindly to being out of condition, did he? He was so active. He was such an action man. And I remember my mother years ago saying he was a real pin-up for women of that generation. He was a Greek god in many senses.
Yes, he was a Greek god. I mean, he was a very good-looking man, as a young man and as an old man. He was always so lean and fit and just so sparky. You know, he was an extraordinary character. And yes, he had his sort of rougher sides, and he was quite intolerant of a lot of things, including journalists. But he did so much. You know, he was interested in so many different things. He was just, you know, he was constantly on the go. And I think for that reason, as much as any, you know, to have been lying in a hospital bed and then to be unable really to get on with life and to be active, I think must have been very difficult for him. Yes. So I'm sure that this has to be a sort of a blessed release for him. Not so much for the Queen, of course, and his children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, but you know, but I think for him.
Yeah, you have said in the past, Penny, that the Duke was the perfect complement to the Queen. He was the longest-serving consort or monarch ever in this country. They had a long, we understand, very happy marriage. What was it about their partnership, do you think, that worked so well, both personally and indeed professionally?
Well, I think that they were dissimilar. And I think that was one of the strengths. They had different interests, but they came together. They had this. I think they shared a great sense of humour. He definitely made her laugh, and I think she made him laugh. But they also had their ups and downs, and you know, there were sort of stories famously of her being so cross with him that she shut herself in a cabin on the Britannia, on the royal yacht, and said, "I'm not coming out until Philip's in a better temper." And equally, I think he threatened to throw her out of the car once because she was annoying him or criticising him. So I mean, it was a lively relationship, and but you know, in public and in her public life, he was absolutely key to it, I think. She was is a shy woman, and he was not. So he would, you know, he would break the ice in awkward situations, or when the Queen was perhaps nervous or not quite knowing what to say. He would leap in, and if ever the Queen missed something, didn't notice there was a child perhaps wanting to. I mean, I remember I was in market town of Dorking one year, and the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh had come together, and there was a little girl in the crowd who had a single daffodil in her hand, and the Queen came down along the barrier, spoke to the mother, spoke to other people on either side, and didn't notice the little girl who was, quite low down, and she then went on without taking the flower. Prince Philip noticed what had happened, and he went over to the little girl, and he lifted her up and hoiked her over the barrier and said, "Go and give your flower to the Queen." So it was that sort of thing. He mopped up, if ever she, not that she'd made any messes, but he was very useful.
And he was the patriarch of their family. And we were just looking at pictures, very familiar pictures to anyone who keeps in touch with what the royal family are doing on the balcony at Buckingham Palace. The Queen, of course, centre of the balcony as the monarch, but Prince Philip beside her, and the whole family arrayed around them. And he was the head of this very large family.
He absolutely was. In public, he walked 2 steps behind the Queen. But in private, he ruled the roost. He was the one who took care of the family matters, who took care of the estates. He decided which schools the children went to, decided how their further education would develop and what their careers would be. He was very much in charge, so he wasn't emasculated. Although in public, it must have been quite hard for a man like him, who was very much an alpha male, to be walking 2 paces behind the Queen.
And of that generation, of course, when it was less usual for women to be in positions of authority or leadership, of course.
Completely. Yes. No. And he was on a career path. He was in the Navy. He had his own command of his own ship. And he would have gone, I think, probably very far. And he'd been, named during the war. He'd won sort of medals and things. He could have had that career, and that was what he loved doing. And it all came to a terrible end very quickly, very early in his career, because of the death of the king. George VI died, and his wife then suddenly became queen, and he couldn't carry on with his career. So he gave up everything, and they even gave up their house. When he was on shore, they were living in Clarence House, which was really the first home that Philip had had. He'd had a very peripatetic sort of childhood, and he had settled, he'd married, he'd got his 2 children, and they were living in Clarence House, which, was a home, and it is the most homely of those royal houses. And suddenly he had to give that up, and he had to give up his career, and he had to go and live in Buckingham Palace, which is not a cosy place at all. It's an office.
Penny, viewers who are watching now, they will say, well, he had a pretty wonderful life, though, didn't he? He gave up his career, but for a pretty spectacular existence in lots of ways. But it can't have been easy, despite all the wealth and the status and so on. It must have been quite a challenge in all sorts of ways.
Oh, I think anybody that thinks this royal life is easy really doesn't understand anything. I mean, these people are in a goldfish bowl. There is no privacy for them, very little privacy. They are criticised and watched and listened to. I mean, every move they make is scrutinised and analysed. And there's no freedom. The Duke of Edinburgh, his workload was extraordinary, right up until he retired, which was in his 90s. He, day after day after day, he was out, he was meeting people, he was raising money, he was raising awareness, he was traveling the world with the Queen on his own. His days were not his own. So yes, of course there were privileges, and lovely to have a helicopter to drive around in, be flown around in, and a royal train and the yacht when they had it. But I don't think many people really would swap their lives for the lives of these families.
Penny, so interesting talking to you. Thank you very much indeed for your time this morning on what is undoubtedly a very sad day for the royal family and indeed the country. Penny Junor, thank you. Well, leaders of all political parties have been paying tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh. This is what the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, had to say in Downing Street just a short time ago.
It was with great sadness that a short time ago I received word from Buckingham Palace that His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh, has passed away at the age of 99. Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War, at Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. He was an environmentalist and a champion of the natural world long before it was fashionable. With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And it is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather. Speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct. So we mourn today with Her Majesty the Queen. We offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
The Prime Minister Boris Johnson speaking just a few minutes ago on the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, and the leader of the Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer, has described the impact of the Duke had on public life.
Well, the UK has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He dedicated his life to our country, and above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
Leader of Her Majesty's Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer there. And our political correspondent Daniel Hewitt is in Downing Street now. Daniel, there is inevitably a lot of political reaction, as I guess we might expect.
That's right, Mary. We've heard now from all three First Ministers of the devolved nations of the UK, from Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Nicola Sturgeon tweeting, "I am saddened by news that the Duke of Edinburgh has died. I send my personal and deepest condolences and those of the Scottish Government and the people of Scotland to Her Majesty the Queen and her family." The First Minister of Wales, Mark Drayford, said, "Incredibly sad to hear of the passing of the Duke of Edinburgh. He served the Crown with selfless devotion and will be sorely missed by the people of Wales and the many organisations he supported. My condolences to Her Majesty the Queen and the family during this sad time." Similar messages from the First Minister of Northern Ireland, Arlene Foster, and the Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland, Michelle O'Neill. Now, I can tell you that all Holyrood parties in Scotland have suspended political campaigning ahead of the Scottish Parliament elections in May. We can expect to hear, I think, the same shortly from all political parties for the local elections as well in England. So campaigning suspended in Scotland. Expect to hear the same in England as well. Those tributes coming in, those statements, many of them right now are actually on Twitter, but we can expect to hear, like we have from the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer, those statements be made on camera in the next hour.
Well, Dan, the death of the Duke has no constitutional significance, does it? It doesn't change anything in terms of the structure at the top of the country, but it is nonetheless very significant, isn't it?
That's absolutely right, Mary, and we can expect to hear in some form from Downing Street, I think in the next few hours, exactly what this will mean for the country in the coming days. Now, national mourning officially begins immediately. It lasts until 8 o'clock in the morning on the day of the funeral. The royal family officially mourn for 1 month, but we can expect to see, I think, changes to national life over the next few days in terms of cancelled events. Traditionally, sporting events are often cancelled in these times. COVID, of course, adds a kind of layer of complexity to procedures here. But yes, you saw from the Prime Minister's very sombre statement the seriousness of what has happened here. The flags in Downing Street, the two Union flags, were lowered within minutes of that announcement being made by the royal family. I think over the next few hours we'll be hearing more from Downing Street in terms of the practicalities of what this will mean for the United Kingdom over the coming days and weeks.
OK, Dan, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. No doubt we'll be returning to you in due course. But right now we're going to go to Windsor, and you can see live pictures where flowers and a small crowd are starting to gather. Similar scenes will, of course, be expected at Buckingham Palace, where our correspondent Juliet Bremner is for us right now. So, Julia, as with previous royal deaths, we've seen large crowds gathering where you are, but with the pandemic, these are not normal times, are they?
That's absolutely right, and because of the fact that we're not in normal times, then the normal custom and tradition has been changed. We do have the official death announcement, which is literally on an A4 size piece of paper behind glass, and that was posted on the railings outside Buckingham Palace shortly after death, so sometime after 12 o'clock today. It just repeats the announcement that you will already have heard from the royal family, but it's there as a public signifier of what has happened. Now, normally that would stay there for 24 hours, but because we're in a pandemic, the decision has been made to take it down in just under an hour, because they don't want lots of crowds coming here, which would normally be the case. They want to make sure that they do as little as possible to attract that kind of attention. But despite that, we have got some people, as you can probably see, who have come. They said that they had heard the sad news, they wanted to come and pay their respects, although of course the Duke of Edinburgh wasn't in residence here when he died. They still wanted to come, and we saw some little children in front of the palace, and they were putting down bouquets as an emblem of their sadness and their loss. Of course, none of them would really have known Prince Philip in his prime, but their parents do. I mean, he's been a constant in all our lives, really, for virtually everybody alive in the country at the moment. So as we speak, we do have the normal events going on outside Buckingham Palace, but they will be curtailed. I don't think it's going to stop a lot of people coming, particularly tourists, because clearly this news is spreading around London and they will want to make their way here to pay their own personal respects.
Now, Juliet, because of the pandemic, things, as you say, are not happening as they had been planned, and people who are watching may not be aware of how closely these big royal events are planned and for how many years in advance. Everything will have been very carefully laid out, won't it? Everybody will have known exactly what they're doing. But because of COVID-19 and the restrictions on crowds and so on, everything is going to be different, isn't it? Everything from the funeral and onwards from that.
You're absolutely right, Mary. I think we should say first and foremost that this isn't a surprise, as sad as it may be for everybody. We've all known that Prince Philip was not well over the last few months. We saw him very publicly being taken to hospital and then only a short time ago, a few weeks ago, being driven home in an ambulance back to Windsor, where he and the Queen are currently in residence. So we've known that this was a possibility and it has been carefully planned. I think we can say with safety, carefully planned with his consultation. He will have specified what he wanted to happen in the event of his death. And we know for certain that he was a man who wanted no fuss, no ceremony. He didn't want a big hullabaloo about the fact that he died. He is a man who was 99, who has lived an incredible life, one of great vigour really until the last few years. And he made it clear that he didn't want to see a bigger than necessary fuss. I mean, he's a member of the royal family, so of course you expect it to be noted and to be noted around the world. He has died just before his 100th birthday, which is very poignant, but he will have been talking to people about what he wanted to happen, and he won't be lying in state. He didn't want that, but I understand that we understand that the plans that were agreed was that he will be lie in state at Windsor in the chapel there. I don't suppose, though, because we are in these very unusual times, that we're going to see big queues of people allowed to assemble there, because that would not be appropriate when we have the pandemic. However, I'm sure there will be occasion for people to pay their respects and to pay their dues and to remember this life that, as we say, has spanned very close to a century.
Yes, remarkable life by any standards. Juliet, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. And joining me now is Simon Lewis, who is Buckingham Palace's Director of Communications. And that was from 1998 to 2000. Simon, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. You have worked in very close proximity with the Duke of Edinburgh over a couple of years. How different behind closed doors was Prince Philip to the man who we all feel that we're familiar with in the public eye?
Well, first of all, it's a terribly sad day for the Queen. It's a terribly sad day for the royal family. It's a sad day for the country. And I have to say, it's a very sad day for those of us who were lucky enough to work with him or for him. He was an extraordinary person, because I think the tributes I've heard so far have all been absolutely spot on, particularly what the Prime Minister said about the ethic of service. But the thing that struck me most about him was he was a moderniser. He actually wanted to change things, but change things that worked with the institution of the monarchy. And when we look back over the last 20, 30 years, really Prince Philip was the person behind the scenes who was pushing, alongside the Queen, of course, for the kind of incremental changes that was so necessary to move the monarchy on, and not seeking to take credit for it, not seeking to get anything more than the right thing for his wife, the Queen, and the royal family and the institution of the monarchy. And if you combine that with this enormously restless intellect that he had, it was a very powerful combination. And when I was at the palace 20 years ago, he was already in his late 70s, but he had the vibrancy and vitality of a man half his age even then.
He really was a very forward-thinking man, wasn't he? And as you say, he modernised the royal family after the Queen came to power, and he really made it, in a sense, what it is today. And it wasn't an easy process, was it? There was some pushback from some of the palace old hands in those early days.
Yes, I think he was considered to be an outsider, and it took some time for him to get to a position where, having given up this enormously successful, potentially even more successful career, to find a role for himself. And I think he chose the topics he wanted to change extremely well. I think they were his passions as well, and I think he was a man of integrity who cared about certain things. But when it came to the running of the institution, he was very practical. I'll give you one example from my time. We, in 1998, I think there were 100 million users of the internet, and it was the Prince Philip who had the foresight to realize that actually the royal family could utilize that, and he pushed very hard for the setting up of the royal website, which, looking back now, seems an obvious thing to do, but actually it wasn't at the time, and it's been a huge part of the way the monarchy, the royal family, has communicated subsequently. So he was prepared to push, he was prepared to take risks when necessary, but always with the best interests of his wife, the Queen, and the institution at heart. And I also think he was prepared to take strong stances when he felt that was appropriate. And that might be part of the reason that some of the press comment over the years has been sort of less than complimentary, but it was because he cared about these issues. And I think that should never be forgotten.
He was instrumental, as I think you're saying, in making the royal family much more accessible, wasn't he, to the public? And in fact, am I right in saying it was his idea to agree to that very early documentary, giving a glimpse behind into the gilded cage, if you like?
Yes, I think also Lord Attenborough had something, was involved as well. Of course, they were very close, and that was another big decision to actually open up, the Walter Bagehot idea of there being a mystery behind the royal family, opening up a bit. I actually think it was the right thing to do. I think the British people really, really enjoyed that and connected with the institution. But he was also aware, and I talked to him about this over the years, that by doing that, the kind of genie slightly came out of the bottle, that actually going forward there would be even greater press scrutiny of the royal family. And I think he saw that relationship as a kind of a trade-off between being visible and accessible, so people understanding the role of the royal family, the monarchy, but accepting that coming with that was a degree of scrutiny that anyone would find uncomfortable. So that was his sort of vision.
Yeah, I think the Queen herself described it as letting daylight in on the magic, and it was a balance, wasn't it? Because there was a hunger, people wanted to know more about them and the family, and they were a very glamorous pair back then, weren't they?
Very glamorous. And the other thing is, the family, or the royal family, in a way holds up a mirror to all of us. And I think part of the enduring sort of attraction of the royal family is that we see in a family, our own family, in very different ways, obviously. But I think that kind of connection with the royal family as a family, fathers, sons, daughters, and then later granddaughters and great-grandchildren, it's a big thing. And it's part of the magic. But Prince Philip was always very practical. When it came to talking about televising events, royal events like the investitures, which we did in that period, he was very practical. He wanted to know how it was going to work, what the benefits were going to be, whether it was something that was going to be positive for the monarchy. And yes, we pushed forward on that. So that kind of practicality around it, I think without him, it would have been probably more challenging for some of those changes to be developed.
Simon, over the years, he did garner some criticism, didn't he, for what was seen as, they were called gaffes. I don't know whether you would agree they were gaffes or whether they were a demonstration of his bluff, rather straightforward personality. But that must have been quite difficult, quite challenging, in a sense, to manage as a communications chief back then.
Well, he spoke his mind, and I don't think he ever wanted to finesse his views according to the audience he was with. And I think it's well known that he didn't find many of the press, the sort of so-called royal rat pack, he didn't find them particularly agreeable. But the fact that I was appointed as a communications secretary from outside, the fact that, in fact, my final interview was with the Queen and Prince Philip, I think said a lot, that he understood that they constantly needed to think about more effective ways of communicating. The reality is that there was a period, let's be honest, when the tabloid press in particular were running riot. And I think that was a very difficult period for Prince Philip and the royal family, that kind of whole period in the year or two after the death of Princess of Wales. And I think he was standing up, actually, for the family in some of his views about the press. And it's obviously improved and changed a lot since then. But I remember once going on a visit with him to Arsenal Football Club, to the stadium there, and he completely benignly asked a young guy what was the name on the shirt. It was JVC, the sponsor at that time, and that was considered to be a gaffe. And so one or two newspapers wrote stories saying Prince Philip doesn't know what JVC is. Well, actually, I was standing alongside him, and he was making small talk. So I think there was an element of it became a bit of a game in a way, and the Duke of Edinburgh was not prepared to play that game.
You were talking about a challenging time for the royal family in the late 90s after the death of Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Wales. Of course, the family finds itself in another, I guess it could be described as a challenging period now with the departure of William and of Harry and Meghan, I should say. And they will have to now navigate this without the patriarch at their head. Will his presence be missed in that respect, do you think?
Of course his presence will be missed, and we've heard earlier, he was the patriarch of the family, and every family either has a matriarch or a patriarch or both. And, just at a family level, I'm sure there was sadness about what's happened over the last period. But I do think, as I said, he was enormously practical. I mean, even the fact that he decided to retire from public life when he did, at the right time, on his terms, and to step away, I think said an awful lot about, again, his desire not to be seen to be or interfering in the future of the family, given that he, I think, had done his bit, and he certainly had done his bit.
Simon Lewis, thank you so much for talking to us today. It's so interesting. Thank you. And our royal editor, Chris Shipp, is here. You have rushed in, of course. This is something that you have been preparing for some time. It's very important to get these occasions correct, isn't it? And it's a very significant occasion for the royal family and indeed for the country.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should, at any point underestimate the significance of this moment just because of his age. Yes, he was 99, he would have been 100 in June, but, we just got to think about the length of time he has been giving that service to the Queen, not since she became Queen in 1952, but since the marriage in 1947 as well, and all that time in between. I mean, you have to be of a significant age yourself right now to remember a time before the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh. And of course, I think this is an extremely sad moment for the Queen. And I remember, a few years ago when he went into hospital and she had to carry out some of the events on her own. And that became a moment of the Queen doing things, without the Duke by her side. Now, since then, he's clearly retired, he's taken a step back, and we've seen a lot more of that. But it was that sort of change at the very top that we've been used to it from the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. And now, here we are looking at pictures of Downing Street as the country mourns. Downing Street leading the nation here as we mourn a man who had an extraordinary life, a very full life, and a very long life as well. But one with his departure, of course, then I just think for the Queen, it's a very sad and a significant moment, and someone that she was missed, and someone, as we were saying when the news broke, that she spent a lot of time with in Windsor over the past year because of the pandemic.
Yeah. At the heart of this, it is a big event because of the royal family being who they are, but at the heart of it is a real family, and a very elderly lady who has now been widowed after a very long marriage, and it is a very, very sad story, isn't it, by any standards?
Yes, and I think that's just how we should see this. This is not a tragic event. The Duke was 99 years of age, and as I've just said, he lived a very full life. But I just think for the Queen, someone who's relied on him so much, we keep referring to this phrase, strength and stay, which is what the Queen used in 1997 when she was referring to him. And just look at pictures like that, where he's always been at her side, whatever the event, be it a sombre event like a remembrance service, or be it a celebration. He's always been there. And I think that she's grown to rely on him so much over these years. And particularly in this past year, they've been in what's been termed very loosely as HMS Bubble in Windsor, where they've got a small coterie of staff that's been looking after a very elderly monarch and the very elderly consort so as not to risk any transmission of the virus. And they moved to Windsor in March of last year, and as I've just been saying, they spent a long time together. As well, they've had their 73rd wedding anniversary. It's where he celebrated his 99th birthday. It's where we thought that he would celebrate his 100th birthday. But you know, to take a look at the picture there in the House of Lords, as the Queen sits there with her husband by her side at all times. I mean, look at those pictures, and this is what we're now no longer going to see.
Yeah, it really is. It really is sad to imagine that, and the Queen will now be a widowed Queen in the same way as Queen Victoria was. How significant will that be in terms of her role? Can we expect to see anything different from her?
Well, we've had that transition underway for a while now, ever since in 2017 when he announced his retirement, and he spent a lot of time, let's not forget, in Sandringham, away from the Queen. He's been living in a very small complex of cottages called Wood Farm at Sandringham, and I think the Queen's got used to doing the day job without him there, but it's at those times when she needs that support of her husband, be it when she's at Windsor, be it when they spend the summer in Balmoral, as they do every year. That is something that she's going to find very difficult to come to terms with, as anyone who's been widowed or lost a husband or wife will understand. And I don't think there'll be any significant change to her duty in that sense. She will carry on doing the things that she's was scheduled to do this year, but she'll be doing it alone, and she'll be doing it without that support.
And the statement Buckingham Palace, I think, was notable, wasn't it? Because the Queen doesn't normally exhibit a lot of emotion, shall we say, but she says her beloved husband and the deepest sorrow.
Yeah.
And in a sense, that tells you everything that you need to know, doesn't it?
You're right, and actually on the royal family's main homepage now, they've literally closed down the entire website. There is just now one page up on royal.uk, which is the Duke of Edinburgh 1921 to 2021, and that statement that you read a short while ago. It's with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, and actually in some ways a much more personal statement than what we might have expected from the Queen. And a life,
some great archive,
exactly.
Because this is in a sense
it's a joy
what it's
to
all
look
about,
at,
isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a real treat to look at this. And that's them on their honeymoon at Broadlands, isn't it? A couple of days after.
Yep, that's at Broadlands, just after their wedding. So this is in the winter of 1947. And you were saying earlier, I remember in one of your conversations, about how your mother remembers a very dashing man that came in, a man who was...
we were all in love with him, said my mum.
A man not only born in Greece, but with a lot of Danish blood in him. That's where that fair hair comes from. And someone who swept this young princess off her feet, who, as we all now know, became queen at a much younger age than everyone had thought.
One of the biographies I read, Chris, said that he, in a sense, showed her the world. He unlocked the gilded cage that she had been brought up in and made her more normal, in a sense. What do you think about that?
You could say that about a lot of couples, couldn't you? About that they introduce an element of their lives into their husband or wife's life, which helps to change them. And yes, the Queen led a very sheltered life, if you look at it that way. She just spent the last previous 5 years at Windsor during the war years, where she and her sister Margaret Rose spent all that time. Some pictures here of him doing his famous carriage driving in later years as well. One interesting fact I always remember is he changed to carriage driving in about 1973 when he retired from playing polo. Now that gives you any idea of actually quite, what a remarkable and long life he led. At age 50 in 1973, he stopped the polo and took up carriage driving. But the Prime Minister mentioned a short while ago about the significance of his environmental campaigning. We all know Prince Charles for being a very keen environmentalist, but it was something that was handed from the Duke of Edinburgh to Prince Charles, and you might also argue from Prince Charles to Prince William, that care for the environment and for nature conservation. And he was the first president of the Worldwide Fund for Nature, as it was called then, and spent a lot of time nurturing that particular hobby. And I was mentioning polo, wasn't I, a short while ago, and this is what he retired from in order to take up the not undangerous sport of carriage driving. There is that famous picture of him when he was carriage driving, falling off the back of the carriage and getting straight back on and carrying on, yes. Quite characteristically.
Those pictures are very evocative, aren't they, of a past era. Well, Chris, we're going to be talking so much more over the next few hours, next few days, no doubt. For the moment, thank you very much indeed. And it has just gone 1:30 p.m. If you have just joined us, we have broken into our regular programming for special coverage Following the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, at midday, Buckingham Palace announced that Prince Philip had died at the age of 99. He and the Queen had been married for 73 years. He was the longest-serving consort in British history. A frame notice announcing his death was placed on the railings outside Buckingham Palace. The statement, which was issued by the palace, read, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle, and further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family," it concludes, join with people around the world in mourning his loss. Flags at Buckingham Palace, Downing Street and the Palace of Westminster have been lowered to half-mast. And the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has joined those across the country and indeed around the world in paying tribute to the Duke. Speaking in Downing Street, Boris Johnson said the nation's thoughts were with the Queen and the rest of the royal family.
Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War. At Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life.
The Prime Minister speaking just a few minutes ago, and the leader of the Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer, has also been paying tribute, saying Prince Philip will be remembered for his support and his devotion to the Queen.
Well, the UK has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He dedicated his life to our country, and above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
Sir Keir Starmer again speaking a few minutes ago, and the First Ministers of Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland have also paid their own tributes, with Nicola Sturgeon saying she was saddened by the news and sent her personal and deepest condolences, and those of the people of Scotland, to the Queen and her family. Well, now we can speak to the royal historian Jane Ridley. Jane, thank you very much indeed for joining me this afternoon. Very sad day. Prince Philip was the longest-serving consort of our longest-serving monarch. How did he make this role his own? Because he really did, didn't he?
Well, yes. I mean, certainly. The first thing I want to say, though, is just, condolence and how sorry I am for the Queen and everybody. Yes, Prince Philip made the role of consort in a way that we don't yet know for sure, because so much of it, as the Queen herself once said, is that we will never know the debt that we owe Prince Philip. So much of his work was a matter of sort of, achieving agreement by diplomatic discussions, of sort of advice, of stuff that doesn't go down on paper. But I think essentially his most important role from the point of view of the monarchy was to be this constant and incredibly strong partner, supporter, and of course consort to the Queen.
Do you think Prince Philip's role as consort has been underestimated in some respects? We always picture him, don't we, being 2 paces behind and being in some sort of junior role. But was the reality to that actually somewhat different?
Well, we don't really know what the reality was, of course, but I think the sense is that the role of Prince Philip as consort was well, he was always there. He knew everything. He was very important to the Queen. I think that it's terribly difficult to perform the role of monarch without a consort, and that relationship between the consort and the monarch is critical to the functioning of the monarchy. So, in a sense, if you say that one of the most extraordinary, sort of historically speaking, phenomenons of the 20th century has been that the monarchy actually, grew stronger in many ways and was certainly more popular. To a very large extent, this is due to Prince Philip and the fact that he was willing to sort of give up an incredibly successful and promising career in the Royal Navy, and to devote himself to the service of the monarchy. This has been his chief achievement, I think.
There was that line, wasn't there, in the coronation where he dedicated his life to being the Queen's liege man in life and limb. What did that actually mean in reality, do you think? The practical reality of it.
It's very ancient medieval language, but in practice, I think what it meant was that Prince Philip was always there for the Queen, that he was always supported her. As you say, he walked 2 steps behind, but he was, they functioned essentially as a double act. And when you look at footage of the Queen and Prince Philip together, Prince Philip will always tend to break the ice by often making a rather unexpected, if not controversial, remark. And that allows the Queen and permits the Queen, to stop being quite so formal as she might be, and to engage with people. I mean, they worked so well together. I think it was a sort of perfect partnership.
And it was a partnership, I think, that had an enduring fascination for people, didn't it? Right from those early years when they were such a glamorous pair in terms of their perception worldwide. And later as they became more established. And now we can't really imagine a royal family without him, in the sense that partnership was so central, wasn't it?
Yes, I mean, I think they were incredibly lucky, both of them, to achieve such a successful marriage over such an amazing long period of time. I mean, it's extraordinary by any standards, and particularly 2 people in such a pivotal position within the country. Yes, I think that it's only in the future will we really know who makes what contribution to the partnership. But I think one of the things that's really impressive about Prince Philip is that in spite of his, the fact he was incredibly able and had this very successful potential naval career, that he was prepared to back his wife and never to get involved in politics or to cross any of the constitutional lines. I mean, the skill with which he played that part, I think, is phenomenal.
Yeah. And to what extent do you think he was central to ensuring the success of Queen Elizabeth's reign? Quietly in the background, perhaps, but essential.
I think totally essential. I mean, yes, quietly in the background, but I think that for her to have, either a difficult marriage or no marriage, it would have been almost impossible. I think also one of the things the essential things here too is that, we have not just a monarch, we have a family, a royal family. And within the family, Prince Philip's part was very important. I mean, I think he managed the family estates. He looked after the children's education. I mean, that was sort of his department. And because the Queen, by virtue of her job, was away so often and busy so often, Prince Philip spent a great deal of time with the children.
More so than perhaps might have been expected at that time. Jane, I introduced you as a royal historian. How do you think history will remember the Duke of Edinburgh? How would you sum him up?
I would argue that he's been he has been the Queen's anchor, the Queen's pillar. He has been the man who helped to, in a very considerable way, to build and develop and strengthen the monarchy through the 20th and early 21st centuries.
Jane, so interesting talking to you. Thank you very much indeed for your time today. Thank you. Well, let's return to Chris Shipp now, Royal Editor. Chris Shipp, what happens now? There is a whole mechanism that moves into force now, isn't there?
There is indeed. And actually, I was just interested in what Jane was saying there about how Prince Philip will be remembered. And, you know, in the way in which now we refer to Victoria and Albert, in the future, we will be referring to as Elizabeth and Philip. I mean, the second Elizabethan era has been what it's been because of a significant part that he played in it. As for the arrangements, you won't be surprised to hear that they are going to be affected by the coronavirus restrictions. Now, there were different plans in place depending on what stage of lockdown England was at. But given that he died at Windsor Castle, we are expecting him also to be buried at Windsor Castle as well. The overriding concern the palace has is that there are no crowds. That's why the message, the notice on the front of Buckingham Palace earlier was put up and then quite quickly taken down. And that's the same criteria will apply to the funeral arrangements as well. So everything is likely to happen now behind the palace walls at Windsor. We can assume that the burial and the funeral service will take place at St George's Chapel, the chapel that most people know because that's where Harry and Meghan got married. But within that building itself, as you will know, Mary, there are some sort of memorial chapels, and I suspect that's where he will be lying in rest, not lying in state, of course, because this is not a sort of state funeral, but he was likely to lie in rest. But the overriding concern, and it will be between Downing Street now and Buckingham Palace to decide exactly what happens. The Queen also gets the final say. Even though these plans have been in place for a long time, the Queen will get to sign this off. But they will work now together between them to find out exactly what will happen going forward with the coffin.
But to put it into some sort of, to explain to people who may not know how the palace works, this will have been planned had we not had a pandemic. This will have been in place for decades, won't it? And Prince Philip himself will have had an enormous role in planning his own funeral. But it's because of the pandemic that things are slightly in a state of flux and we don't know what they're going to feel able to do or want to do.
Exactly so. And like with every other aspect of national life, this has also had to be looked at again in the past few months since the pandemic hit, because clearly they can't have a procession, they can't have crowds gathering, equally why they don't want crowds gathering outside the front of Buckingham Palace. And we saw a few pictures in Windsor just now, didn't we, of people laying flowers, but they will be keen that people don't congregate there and don't stay together, because we still have these restrictions in place, even though they are slightly easing now. And I suspect what it will mean for the funeral arrangements is that a very, very slimmed down version of what has been in the planning notes for decades, as you say, but a much thinner version of that now, a much simpler version, and one that won't involve any crowds.
And possibly, and who knows, exactly what Prince Philip might rather have approved of, because he hated a fuss, didn't he?
You know,
famously.
Yes, you say it, and he's a man who wouldn't want a fuss caused by his death. And, you know, for all the arrangements that have been made in Buckingham Palace over many, many years, his would have been the voice to say, don't bother with this one, don't go for that, can we just keep this thing very simple? And in some respects, this is about as simple as it can be because of the pandemic. There won't be, we don't think there'll be a move of the body now to London, as was the previous plan. Everything will now happen behind the walls of Windsor Castle.
So do you think, Chris, we won't see the coffin, we won't see him lying, as you say, not lying in state, but we won't see his coffin?
Yes, it's called lying in rest, is what it happens.
What's the difference exactly
to him? Well, lying in state is when you actually, it would happen for a monarch, where it happens inside the Great Hall of
the Queen
Palace of Westminster, like the Queen Mum, for example. When, if you remember the Queen Mother, as you will, there were queues of people wanting to file past that coffin that went along the River Thames, over one of the bridges and back along the other side. That's something they never wanted to happen in this particular circumstance, but that's lying in state. His body will lie in rest now until the funeral. We're waiting from Buckingham Palace to find out exactly what day that will happen. But as I say, everything is now going to be much, much more slimmed down.
OK. And just one final thought before we move on. We saw Prince Charles visiting his father in hospital a couple of weeks ago. He emerged looking very sombre. Does he now take on a new role within the family, or was that a role that he perhaps would have already taken on with his father in failing health?
I don't think anything official. Nothing sort of changes in terms of the constitution, but Prince Charles's role has been changing over many years now. I think the most obvious one that people will know is when Prince Charles now leads the nation in tribute on Remembrance Sunday at the Cenotaph in Whitehall. It's no longer the Queen who does it, and she stands on the balcony and looks down upon the proceedings. But he will now, of course, be the person to accompany his mother to, for example, the state opening of Parliament and events like that. So he will have an increasingly high-profile role, but he remains the heir to the throne. He remains Prince of Wales. She remains the monarch. So constitutionally, not a lot has happened, because ever since Prince Philip retired in 1997, the Queen has been doing many of these things on her own a lot more regularly.
And do you know, Chris, when we might expect to see the Queen?
No, those plans were never part of the official plans. We don't know. I mean, for example, she did make some televised addresses before the funeral of her mother, the Queen Mother. She also made a televised address in that very controversial time before Princess Diana's funeral. I wouldn't rule that out, because we know how much her husband meant to her, but we've had no confirmation of anything like that.
OK. All right, Chris, thank you very much indeed. Well, Neil Connery is outside Windsor Castle, where Prince Philip passed away peacefully this morning. Neil, we've seen people there laying flowers already. What's going on there? What are people saying to you?
Mary, it was interesting listening to what Chris was saying there about how this is going to be handled in the hours and days ahead. There are small crowds here at Windsor on this early afternoon, but those crowds have been gathering in the last hour or so, getting slightly larger. People are trying to observe the social distancing. Many are wearing masks, and as you say, some are coming now to the Henry VIII gate, the main gate entrance here into Windsor Castle, laying flowers here. They've been doing this for the last hour or so. Many families, some children obviously still on the Easter school holidays, so some visitors coming into Windsor. But I think so far the bulk of people who've been arriving here to pay their respects are from this community, from the Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead, determined to show their support and love for the Queen and the royal family in the wake of this news today. Now, those people who are bringing flowers here, you can see behind me, the police are advising them now that it might assist them in their work if they could maybe lay those flowers on the Windsor Long Walk, which of course is just a few hundred metres south of where we are at the main entrance here at the Henry VIII gate.
And viewers will be familiar with that gate from the royal wedding of Harry and Meghan just a couple of years ago. Of course, a very different mood there, a very different feeling today.
It is, Mary. It is very quiet, very sombre. I think people just taking this news in, and just speaking to people very briefly when I arrived here in Windsor, what struck me, I think, and the thoughts of many people today, first of all, with the Queen, people determined to show their support, their love for the Queen and for the royal family, and also that sense of gratitude, I think, for the Duke of Edinburgh and his life, the service, that example of duty he has shown in everything that he has done for so many decades, at the centre of national life, next to the Queen, helping, supporting her in that crucial role she has. I think people really taking stock today and reflecting on just how important the Duke of Edinburgh has been in helping the monarchy over the last, 6 or 7 decades through phenomenal changes in this country and around the world as well.
Neil, for the moment, thank you. Neil Connery at Windsor. And Chris, just to return to you.
Yeah, just a quick note on that. I mean, my understanding is that the royal family would rather that people would make a donation to a charity, either something very close to their own hearts or something that the Duke of Edinburgh was very close to, rather than leave flowers. It goes back to the point I was saying a few moments ago about congregating, leaving flowers, for example, be that at Buckingham Palace, be that at Windsor Castle, be it at the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh, where also the notice of death that was put up there at the same time as the one at Buckingham Palace is also being taken down imminently as well, to stop crowds being attracted. So yes, we saw some flowers at Windsor. Inevitably that is going to happen, but I think the message from the family themselves is that they would like people, where possible, to make a donation to a charity that's very close to their own hearts.
OK, Chris, thank you. We mentioned Holyrood, and let's get some more political reaction. The leaders of Scotland and Wales have been paying tribute to Prince Philip. The First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, had this to say about the Duke just a short time ago.
The news about the Duke of Edinburgh.
Well, I'm deeply saddened by the news that the Duke of Edinburgh has died, and my deepest personal condolences go to Her Majesty the Queen and the entire royal family. First and foremost, he was a husband, a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, and my thoughts are with all of those today who will be feeling a profound sense of loss and grief. In particular, the Queen. He was her husband of 74 years, and I think we can all imagine just how devastated she will be at his loss. Prince Philip, though, he lived a life of public service and deep devotion to the Queen. He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh. But probably above all of that, the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people. So I think we should deeply appreciate the massive contribution that he made to public life and to the whole country.
Can we pick up on that life?
First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, just a few minutes ago, and also just a while back, the First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, paid his own tribute to the Duke.
It is with great sadness that we learn today of the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. Throughout his long life, Prince Philip served with selfless devotion and a remarkable generosity of spirit. On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales, I offer our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty's children and their families on this sad occasion. The Duke of Edinburgh will be sorely missed by the many Welsh organisations that he supported as patron or president over so many decades of service.
And the First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford there. Chris, the Duke very much a man of the nations as well. He was, after all, the Duke of Edinburgh, and he took a great interest, didn't he, in the United Kingdom?
He did indeed, and actually, funny enough, Mary, I was just reading some of the notes I had in front of me here that was written by his headmaster, Kurt Hahn, when he went to Gordonston School, which
in Scotland, of
in
course.
the very north of Scotland. I've been there, actually. It's a phenomenal part of the world to have your education. And I was just, it just struck me as a few of the remarks that the headmaster wrote about Prince Philip. And he said, when Philip came to Gordonston, his marked trait was his undefeatable spirit, which I think is something that's actually stayed with him for all of his life. And he wrote that he had inherited from the Danish family, we spoke earlier about Prince Philip's Danish heritage, a capacity to derive great fun from small incidents. Now, given that was written in the 1930s, because he started school there in about 1934, I think it explains a lot about what we've seen from Prince Philip and how he's carved that role for himself over those years. And I always remember the times that you were, for example, at a Buckingham Palace garden party, you knew where he was, not because you could see him, but because you could hear the laughter coming from the group of people that he was talking to, because he always wanted to make people feel at ease. He always wanted to make them laugh. Now, you mentioned earlier in one of your conversations that sometimes led into a little bit of trouble, led into some newspaper headlines the palace could have done without. But I was just remarking that even in 1933, they were talking about his undefeatable spirit and his capacity to derive great fun from small incidents.
He had a very unusual childhood, didn't he? Those who may not be familiar with it, I mean, run us through it, because he wasn't your traditional
you're looking at his family there, for example. That's his father, Prince Andrea, who was a member of the Greek royal family. Now, the Greek royal family itself, a little bit complicated, did actually derive from the Danes. It was a Danish prince that became the first king of Greece. And
there he is on the left.
Look at that blonde hair. Exactly. That is why he's not got any Greek blood in him. He might have been born in Corfu, but essentially he comes from the Danish royal family. But he had a very nomadic childhood because of his family having to flee Greece. His father was facing a court-martial. He ended up staying with his elder sisters. His sisters were quite a bit older than him, and they married into German hierarchy as well. So he spent a lot of time in Germany and also with the family in the UK as well. So there's some of his sisters there you can see him sitting with. And because they married into the German hierarchy, when his sister died in a plane crash, for example...
Sister Cecile, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly. She was flying to the UK at the time. She died in a plane crash. That's why he went to a funeral and was surrounded by people in Nazi uniform because of his sister's husband. When you say what a remarkable and interesting, nomadic, different, varied lifestyle he had, yes, he did, and it began at a very, very young age.
And his parents split up, and his dad lived in Monte Carlo. His mother became a nun.
Yes, and before she became a nun, of course, she had some mental health issues, as we would say nowadays. I think those days they say that she was sectioned and she was put in a sanatorium in Germany. So he didn't really see his parents. He didn't have that sort of loving parental input that many people, do experience, but he didn't. So he had the love of his wider family, of his sisters, of his aunties, uncles. Also his grandmother looked after him a lot. Alice of Battenberg's mother looked after Prince Philip and looked out for him and decided on where he would go to school, etc. So it's such a fascinating lifestyle that really did end up, though, in Britain, in the Royal Navy, serving in the Second World War, and then getting married to the Queen.
And all via his uncle Louis Mountbatten, of course, wasn't it?
Of course, yeah.
Who made that introduction. OK, Chris, again, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. Now, health editor Emily Morgan joins me now. Emily, the Duke had recently left hospital, as we've already discussed, in the Edward VII Hospital. What do we know about his health situation over the past few months? Do we know what was wrong with him?
Not specifically what was wrong with him, no. Of course, the royal family they always keep their illnesses out of the public eye. We do know that when he went into hospital, he went in with a pre-existing condition. He was treated for that. He was at the King Edward VII Hospital. He then had to be transferred from that hospital to St Bart's. Now, that's an NHS hospital, where he then had to have a procedure for a heart problem. We don't know what that procedure was. He did have to spend a month in hospital. That's the longest time that he spent in hospital, and he was then transferred back to the King Edward VII Hospital and eventually was discharged and was allowed home in March.
Emily, he had other, didn't he, long-term health conditions. We understand there was some sort of bladder condition, which isn't unusual in elderly men, of course. But he seemed to be in remarkably robust health, despite all of that.
He was. Throughout his whole life, he's had a remarkably healthy life. Don't forget, this was a man who lived until he was 99. Very few men live until they're 99. Just around 4,000 men in this country, in the UK, are 100. Of course, he was 2 months off his 100th birthday. And throughout his whole life, he's been incredibly fit and healthy. Most of his problems have been sporting injuries. So stitches to his arm, broken ankle, broken bones, broken ribs, and most of those have been when he was playing polo throughout the 60s. Now, of course, arthritis in his wrist in 1971 meant that he had to give up polo, but he did take up carriage driving. Now, that would, of course, have kept him very fit and very healthy throughout his later years. He did a lot of walking, he did a lot of swimming. He gave up smoking in 1947, and he apparently only drank very moderately. So that will have kept him extremely healthy. Now, perhaps his biggest problem was in 2011 when he had a blocked coronary artery. That is when he had his stent fitted. Throughout his later years, he had a recurring bladder infection. In 2012, he had to go to hospital for that. 2013, he had to go to hospital for that. And that seemed to be his most recurring problem. In 2018, of course, he had a hip replacement as well, but recovered from that pretty swiftly and ended up at Harry and Meghan's wedding.
Yeah, remarkable really for a man of 99. Emily, thank you very much indeed. Now, Now, we're staying on air through the course of the afternoon to continue our tributes to Prince Philip. We will be back in just a moment, but first, here's Amanda Houston with the weather forecast.
Hello again. So after a brief spell of a milder weather, it's going to be feeling much colder for all of us as we go through this weekend. We've had a cold front that's been sinking its way southwards throughout this morning, bringing cloud and patchy rain. But you can see to the north of it, there will be some decent sunshine as we go through this afternoon, but still a few showers around at times, and these could be wintry, especially across parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland. Quite blustery here too, so it certainly will be feeling pretty chilly. Further south, though, we have the brighter skies holding on to the south coast, temperatures there around 12 or 13 degrees. Now, as we go through this evening and tonight, we hold on to the cloud and patchy rain across East Anglia and the south. Still some wintry showers coming into parts of northern Scotland and Northern Ireland, but in between it's dry. We've got clear skies, temperatures turning chilly, and there will be a frost forming for many. Bye bye.
It is just gone 2 p.m. If you've just joined us, we have broken into our programming for special coverage following the death of the Duke of Edinburgh.
Remarkable partnership. The Queen always did exactly what he thought. Not just about everything that he thought.
He was a handsome, dashing Navy lieutenant with an intriguing and exotic background.
If you divide people into the category of those who command and those who like to be commanded, he's a commander rather than one who likes to be ordered about. So he was a good leader, and he enjoyed that a lot.
Prince Philip became the longest-serving royal consort in British history.
I think history should judge him really very kindly. I think he was a remarkable person at a remarkable time.
So who was the man whose role was to stand one step behind, one step to the side of his wife, the Queen?
Now, at midday today, it was announced by Buckingham Palace that Prince Philip had died at the age of 99. He was the longest-serving consort in British history and had been married to the Queen for 73 years. A frame notice announcing his death was placed on the railings outside Buckingham Palace. The statement, which was issued by the palace, read: "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss." Flags at Buckingham Palace, Downing Street and the Palace of Westminster have been lowered to half-mast, and the Prime Minister has joined those across the country and around the world in paying tribute to the Duke. Speaking in Downing Street, Boris Johnson said the nation's thoughts were with the Queen and the rest of the royal family.
With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And it is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather.
The Prime Minister there, the leader of the Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer, said Prince Philip will be remembered for his support and his devotion to the Queen.
Well, the UK has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He dedicated his life to our country, and above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family, and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
Leader of the Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer there. Well, the First Ministers of Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland have also paid their own tributes, with Nicola Sturgeon saying she was saddened by the news and sent her personal and deepest condolences and those of the people of Scotland to the Queen and her family. And members of the public have begun laying flowers at the gates of Buckingham Palace and, as we can see here, outside Windsor Castle. And our royal editor, Chris Shipp, is still with me. So, Chris, sad news, but not unexpected.
Not unexpected of a man who was 99 years of age and would have been 100 in June. And also, you know, I spent a lot of time outside the hospital where he was being treated for the best part of a month. In fact, I think it was exactly a month that he was in both the King Edward VII and then transferred to Sparks for heart surgery. And they wouldn't have done that heart surgery on him last month had they not thought there was a very good chance of success. That heart surgery was successful, and he was then transferred back to King Edward for the treatment for the infection. He was in there for a long time. He didn't want to be in there any longer. And when he left, he returned to Windsor Castle, where he's been with the Queen now for just over a year since the lockdown started. And there is a very nice symmetry there, and one at which I wonder might have played a part in events in the preceding days, because it was his mother, Princess Alice of Battenberg, who was born at Windsor Castle in 1885, and it was today at Windsor Castle where Prince Philip lost his life and died at the age of 99. So I think if he could have had it this way, he would have chosen this way. He would have wanted to have spent his final days at Windsor Castle. It was a place he loved, the place the Queen loved, and actually the place they called their home. Buckingham Palace was the office, Windsor Castle was the home. And in many ways, they spent a lot of time at home together, even at Christmas this year when they were on their own, essentially, because they couldn't be with their family. They spent that time together. And I mean, again, we saw this picture a little while ago, but look at it again. It's just the two of them together, I think, is a reminder of what a huge loss, personal loss, this will be for the Queen. But as you say, a man who's 99 years of age, led a very full, very active, and you know, a remarkable life. And we will look back on Elizabeth and Philip in the same way we now look back on Victoria and Albert.
And as you say, they were together in the last year, more than they would have normally been, actually, because he lived in Norfolk, didn't he? He had retired up there. But one of the benefits, I suppose, if you can say that, of this COVID pandemic was that they were together in HMS Bubble. Explain how that worked.
Well, the Queen still needed to do her job, and what we have seen from the Queen in the past few months is the ability to do her job on Zoom or whatever sort of video platform that the royal family use, and that's meant that she has stayed at Windsor Castle throughout. There's been a couple of times when she's been out. I think we counted 4 times she's been outside palace walls since the lockdown started. One of those was just very recently when she went to a memorial for Commonwealth airmen in Surrey. But they have spent that time together, so they came up with a system, if you like, where a small coterie of staff would look after them on rotation and make sure that they weren't at risk of catching the virus. And that's how they've basically spent the past year. So we've had pictures from Windsor Castle. That's where we saw Prince Philip when last summer he handed over a military title with the Rifles Regiment, looking very sprightly. I mean, I remember looking at those pictures, wondering whether or not it would be possible for him to descend the steps when he went to meet some of the soldiers from the Rifles. Not a problem at all. No railing, no stick, nothing was needed for him to descend those steps. And we came away from that thinking how remarkably well he looked, how remarkably fit he still was
for a man of that age.
Man of 99.
And he was always determined, wasn't he, to be seen in that light. And I remember, did he have an operation before Harry and Meghan's wedding, and a hip replacement, was it?
Operation,
but
exactly
we were told he was determined to walk into that chapel, and he didn't want to go in a wheelchair.
No, and he walked in unaided into the chapel for that big day for Harry and Meghan, or what was we thought a very big day at the time. Things have changed quite a lot since then, haven't they? But I think you can probably see some pictures of him at the wedding here. Here we go. So this is 2018, 19th of May, as memory serves me right, the Saturday, beautiful day in Windsor. And this is a man, there we are, who literally had a hip replacement operation in the weeks before. So when we were told that before the wedding, we thought, well, there's no way he's going to make it. There's no way that he'll be able to walk into that St George's Chapel where he is now unaided. And, you know, the pictures are the proof. He is a man who wanted to be seen as fit and able. He shared a couple of words there with his grandson, Harry, and Harry's best man, William, before sitting down with his wife, the Queen. And you wouldn't really know that that was a man who'd had a hip replacement operation just a few days before.
Yeah, and that was, as you say, a very happy day, wasn't it? It seemed a very happy day. Things haven't quite turned out, perhaps, as anyone might have anticipated, but no. He will have presumably been supporting the Queen throughout these recent difficulties.
Well, you know what, I do remember when we were at Sandringham for what was called the Sandringham Summit, which was in the days after Harry and Meghan first announced, when was this, 2020, that they wanted out of the royal family, they wanted to leave, they wanted to become financially independent. There was a shot that one of our cameramen caught of Prince Philip just up on the brow of the hill. He was in a car, he was there, he wasn't part of the actual meeting itself, he's retired, he would leave that to his wife to sort out. But you can bet your bottom dollar he would have given his forthright views before that meeting went ahead, and the Queen would have gone into that meeting having spoken and asked her husband for some advice before the meeting went ahead.
Which I'm sure he would have been able to give. And we understand that Harry and he used to communicate via Zoom, is that right as well?
Yes, actually Harry said quite recently when he had a chat with the TV presenter James Corden that Granny and Grandad would have that Zoom call, and he referenced his granddad, Prince Philip, as at the end of a call, rather than press leave as most people do, that he would like whack the top of the laptop down to end the call, which Harry found quite funny. We await news, incidentally, of whether or not either the Duke of Sussex or the Duchess of Sussex will be coming over to the UK. Everyone will know that they're now based in California.
And she's very pregnant, of course.
Of course, yes, she is pregnant with their second child, a daughter, as we now know. We have asked Prince Harry's office about that. We are waiting for a response.
OK, so all sorts of things are going to be revealed and clarified over the coming days, Chris.
Exactly so.
And you will keep us in touch with those as and when. Thank you for the moment. Well, as consort, Prince Philip carved out his own role to help and complement the Queen, where she was head of state for many years. He was effectively the head of the family, but in recent years he's stepped back. Perhaps coincidentally, that's happened as the royal family have faced a series of huge challenges, as Chris and I were just alluding. As John Ray reports, the Duke was a natural leader who supported and challenged those he loved.
The institution at the summit of the British state is a family affair, known even to some of its members as the firm, and at its heart, a partnership.
From our family, it's fundamental, because without him, it would be completely different.
He saw the Queen naturally as the chairman of the firm, and he was a kind of chief executive.
It's the untold story of the reign, just how much he contributed behind the scenes.
The royal family and Princess Elizabeth's fiancé have permitted these special film studies to be made.
Philip had a glittering career in the Royal Navy, but that came to a premature end with the death of his father-in-law. So what next for a young man of prodigious energy? At first, frustration.
Nobody had really thought about, and by the way, what is he going to do? And it took a little while to find people who understood that he had extraordinary experience and skills of his own that could be made very good use of. But he also found ways in which he could make an impact.
While the Queen wore the crown, the Duke of Edinburgh wore the trousers. He was allowed and enabled to run the family side of the business. It was he really who settled on where the children went to school, on what the houses should look like, on how Windsor Castle should be developed. The Queen left all that to him and was glad to do so.
But Philip the moderniser crashed against custom and convention.
I think in those days the footmen still wore powdered wigs. It was a different world. It was a Victorian court. He seemed to be almost dangerously progressive.
Yet progress prevailed. A new monarch and a new style of monarchy for a new age of mass media. It was Philip who ensured the coronation was televised.
What he was up to was simply trying to bring a breath of fresh air and new ideas to a fusty old institution.
What's this for?
Philip understood the need for the royals to appear real and relevant in less deferential times.
Oh, why have you done that?
Though his gamble to allow cameras to document a year in the family's life was an experiment never repeated.
He came to realise that it was possibly a mistake, because once you start selling yourself as people, as individuals, you begin to make yourself into a soap opera.
Do you realise this is down to failure?
And I think one of his regrets of the later part of his life was that the royal family had become something of a soap opera.
It was an era where change was the only constant. A growing family.
The bridesmaids trying to cope with that train.
His eldest son and heir's wedding. Philip piloted the firm through every challenge.
He was always questioning, always, once you got him on side, hugely supportive. And the important thing with the Duke of Edinburgh was to be prepared to argue your case, because if you didn't know your facts, if you didn't know what your case was, you were shredded.
No greater crisis was there than the death of Diana. A nation's anguish turned to anger, directed at a royal family which seemed out of touch with the public mood.
Because he wasn't sentimental, that doesn't mean that he wasn't sensitive.
And the criticism stung. But the Queen and Philip in Balmoral saw it as their duty to protect Diana's children.
We got a real sense that this was a grieving, mourning family up there, and they were looking after those boys and tending to them incredibly closely. I mean, they were the grandparents. The people that were organising the funeral wanted to know if the boys had made their mind up about whether they would proceed behind the coffin. Prince Philip's voice came across very clearly, and to me, in a most anguished way. You know, these boys' mother had died, and this was not the time to question them about that.
In the end, it is the heartbreaking image that has lingered of the two boys following their mother's funeral cortege, Philip walking every step alongside them.
Memory is a strange thing, isn't it? But I seem to remember saying that, in fact, it was a question of, if you'll do it, I'll do it. And that was him as a grandfather saying to his, if that's what you want to do, and if you want me to be there, I will be there.
A reassuring pat on the back for Prince William from his grandfather.
In recent years, his hand hasn't been so firmly on the tiller. The former naval commander not quite so clearly at the helm. 4 hours in the rain by the river at the Diamond Jubilee celebrations took their toll.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we shout loud enough, he might just hear us in hospital.
And he was absent again, this time deliberately so, from family talks to decide Harry and Meghan's future.
Would things have been done differently and better recently if the Duke of Edinburgh was still at the centre of events?
I know that the Duke of Edinburgh's rule was, don't talk about yourself. Don't give personal interviews. I know that, and I know he told his children that because he told me. I imagine that's the advice he would have given his grandchildren as well. So when I think about recent events, I think he would have sighed rather. He wanted to separate the role of the monarchy from the people involved. It is an institution. And he said to me, well, I've done my best to help keep it going while I've been here.
If history comes to judge this second Elizabethan age a success, then Philip gets credit as its joint author. The family, the firm, has endured.
And we can now speak with the royal biographer Catherine Mayer, who is at Buckingham Palace. Catherine, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I don't know if you could hear the final words of that piece from John Ray, but saying that he was very much the rock of the family and very much responsible for the success of the Elizabethan reign. What would you say to that?
He was certainly very influential. He came from a background that was a lot stranger than many people realised. They tend to think of royals as having a kind of feather-bedded existence, and of course he had been tossed around the globe by war, came from a very difficult family, and he imbibed certain lessons very early on, including a kind of stoicism that then inflected everything that he did, but also that he passed on to or tried to pass on to the next generations. So he certainly had very strong ideas about how to do things, and you see that the echoes of that in those subsequent generations, both in the ones who follow it and the ones who don't.
There has often been whispered a difficult relationship with his eldest son, Prince Charles. How true do you think that was and is?
Well, I mean, I saw some of that directly, and it was certainly not an easy relationship. Having said which, you know that Prince Charles will be in very deep mourning now. But I mean, it was a relationship where Prince Philip believed in a kind of he was part of the silent generation, but much more than that. He believed in not expressing yourself, in buttoning down and keeping everything back, and that's kind of the opposite of who his son is. And his son has always struggled with his impulse to not only to express himself, but also to make change, which is something that is sometimes seen as antithetical to being part of this great and apparently unchanging institution.
So fair to say they were very different men?
Extremely different men, but also sharing a great deal. That's something that also gets missed. So one of the things I'm sure in the reflections about Prince Philip that will come out is his interest in things like Jungian psychology, and he was actually, you know, Prince Charles is always seen as the great environmentalist, but actually a lot of that comes from a quite conservative version of that, of conservation, which was something very passionately espoused by Prince Philip. But the difference being that Prince Philip is someone who kept his passions very close to his chest, whereas Prince Charles has tended to find ways to express and embody them in what he does.
Catherine, how do you think history will remember the Duke of Edinburgh? Because in some respects, people say he's misunderstood, or was misunderstood by this country and further afield because of his rather bluff exterior. But how do you think history will judge him?
Well, that definitely is who he was. I mean, my encounters with him were often entertaining, but his reputation for being blunt was deserved. I mean, I can give you one quite kind of funny example of that. He was the president of the British Sub-Aqua Club, and at one point I was at a lunch with him, and I thought it would be a kind of icebreaker to talk to him about my own enjoyment of diving in British waters, and he said, "For goodness sake, why would you want to do that?" Which kind of, you know, the direct brain-mouth wiring was very much part of who he was. But I think he was a more complex character, and I think in terms of, you know, one of the things that his death signals is the monarchy has been grappling, and not always comfortably, with the prospect of transition, and he was very much the person who, together with the Queen, part of that silent generation, evolved a form of monarchy that was about being seen to do things rather than talking about it, rather than about any kind of direct or interventionist activism. You now have the end of that, you know, the beginning of the end of that generation at a time where the monarchy is for all sorts of reasons under pressure. There will, however, of course, be a huge outpouring of public sympathy. And I'd like to say, you know, I'm a new widow. I happen to be here because I was on my way to the National COVID Memorial Wall today. And so, although I'm sort of thinking analytically about what's happened, I also feel an enormous amount of sympathy for the new widow, the Queen, and I think whatever people feel about the monarchy, that is going to be shared. But I also think that there's a lot of people who were not able to be around those who were dying. We're in this huge period of national mourning, and I also think that this is going to be a focal point for that, but also a kind of an interesting point for people who, like me, like so many others, are mourning our dead. I think we can bring all of these things together.
Yes, Catherine, thank you very much indeed. Beautifully put. Thank you for talking to me this afternoon. And joining me now in the studio is former newspaper editor and royal commentator Eve Pollard, who's sitting on my right, and also Chris Shipp is still with me. Now, Chris, Parliament has been recalled.
Yeah, just a quick update that we've had in the past few minutes that Parliament is currently on its Easter recess. It was due to come back next Tuesday, but it's actually now being brought back. Both MPs and peers, so both the House of Commons and the House of Lords, are being reconvened on Monday so that both members of Parliament and members of the House of Lords can pay their respects to the Duke of Edinburgh. And I think, you know, it's worth picking up on some of the words, excuse me, that Catherine was saying there about the kind of royal that Prince Philip was, and how that kind of sits ill at ease with the kind of royal family that Harry and Meghan thought it should be. And he was a man who thought that they should show their support for various organisations through deeds and not words. He wasn't a man who would rush to a microphone and give interviews, and someone who would just show the level and commitment of his work through what he was doing rather than what he was saying. So I think that point is probably worth making.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Eve, let's talk about the love story, because it was a wonderful love story, wasn't it?
Wonderful. Well, I just wanted to say, I do feel it's a great loss, and I'm so sorry he didn't make it to that 100th birthday.
But he said he didn't want to live to 100, didn't he, a few years back?
And of course, having been in hospital for a month, that probably changed his view, but it's such a sad day. They had the most wonderfully romantic relationship, the Queen and Prince Philip. You have to remember the war interrupted things, so they met when he was 19 and she was 13, and she was still wearing schoolgirl socks and
in Dartmouth. This is Britannia Royal Naval College.
Yes,
the tennis courts apparently. She was impressed by how high he could jump over the nets. Wasn't
yes,
it?
exactly.
So he was showing off.
He was showing off, and they were asked to go well away. There was some drama going on at the Dartmouth Naval College, so they were sent out. And then, of course, after a while, they start writing to each other. Those of us who are ancient, as I am, can remember those bundles of letters and getting letters. And nothing could be more romantic than hearing from the man who turned out to be her future husband. They wrote every week.
My goodness, and she kept all those letters. But he wasn't what the establishment would have expected or hoped.
Well,
was he in some respects? He was royal, but he wasn't.
He was extremely
one
royal.
of us, if you like.
Exactly. Well, he was, you know, a great grandson of the Queen Victoria, as his distant cousin from his wife. But he wasn't. And you have to remember the war had happened, and he had 4 sisters. One had sadly died in a plane crash. But the 4 sisters are all married very high up Germans who'd all been involved with the Nazi Party. So he was known as the Hun by some people.
So he was a real outsider then, wasn't he?
A real outsider.
He wasn't a Briton in that sense.
No, and of course he had actually come from the Danish royal family who offered the monarchy in Greece, and that all fell apart when he was 18 months old. Even though he was born in Corfu, he doesn't have any Greek blood. He spoke English, French and German, because he really, after the age of 9, didn't have a proper home. His mother was taken, she had medical health problems, and she was taken off to a sanatorium, and in fact Sigmund Freud saw her there. I mean, it was the very interesting beginning bits of all that psychiatry work, psychology, all the rest of it. And his father went to the south of France and lived in Monte Carlo with his mistress. So he went to Cheam School, and then I think, as Chris said earlier, his grandmother would find places for him to go in the holidays, and he never complained. He'd sometimes write in these grand sort of visiting books, Prince Philip of no fixed abode. And he said later that he travelled across Europe, boats, trains, taxis, on his own from a very early age, and nobody had helped him. And of course now he'd be getting counselling, but he learned to make do and mend. He learned to make it work. He learned to be very practical in those many years.
Never complain, never explain.
Never complain, never explain. And also there was always an answer. There was a way through. I mean, I remember very kindly, he and the Queen have always been very attentive to the Journalists' Charity, which is for journalists who've fallen on bad times. And years ago, I remember him saying, "You're not as old as me," but he saw me carrying a glass of wine. He said, "If I were you, I'd soon give up wine and drink beer. That's what I do. It's better for you." I was thrilled with this and kept it totally to myself. Then after a few months, I could see he was telling this to everybody. When I next saw him at another charity event, I said, "I didn't know you were going to tell everybody that." He said, "I'm trying to be helpful and keep you all alive."
The romance between the Queen and Prince Philip, it was always said to have been masterminded by Lord Louis Mountbatten.
I think Lord Louis Mountbatten did his bit. I mean, I think he could see here was this very attractive...
His nephew,
handsome, tall, joined the British Navy, of course, and was mentioned in dispatches. This would be the perfect wife for the future Queen of England. And I think he mentioned it to Philip, and apparently there's a conversation he has with the Queen Mother. Queen Mother very keen for Princess Elizabeth, as she was then, to marry an English aristo. And he talks to her and says, "This Philip is a jolly good boy, you know, he'd be good." But of course the Queen and Prince Philip's mind had been made up, and they'd become secretly engaged at Balmoral in '46, long before the engagement was announced.
And the pictures we're seeing now is of a Mountbatten family wedding, which happened just before their own wedding, I think in 1946.
Yes.
And you can just see there the chivalry of Prince Philip if he took his wife's
And there's Lord
coat
Louis
from
Mountbatten.
her.
Is that his Patricia Brabourne, his daughter, I think?
I think that's... It might be Patricia, but it might be Pamela Hicks. Patricia got married first. But what is interesting is he takes her coat off at the entrance to the church, and a little frisson goes around the press, but not enough, and they kept it secret for a bit longer. But that was the beginning of thinking maybe this would be something.
Maybe. And he wasn't what the establishment had necessarily hoped. They wanted the Queen, Princess Elizabeth, to marry a traditional British duke.
Not a nomad from Greece who hasn't had a very sort of stable upbringing. But we showed the pictures just now when the two of them first met in 1939, so it's before the war. The Queen was very young. She was only, I forget, it was either 13 or 14 at the time, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was 13.
She was 13 at the time, and that's when she first set eyes on him. And it's when Elizabeth's governess, commented on how impressed she was by what Philip was able to do. But no, he was seen as quite abrasive when he came into the royal family. The guy who didn't really do as he was told, the guy who wanted things to change, the guy who wanted the coronation, for example, to be filmed in 1953, pushing the boundaries all the time to try and modernise the royal family. Now, we've had a debate in recent days and weeks, haven't we, about modernising the royal family, and is it sort of fit for purpose in this time, given everything that Harry and Meghan said to Oprah Winfrey. But I think if you take it back to 1950s, we don't have the same royal family now as we had then, and a lot of the changes that have happened, albeit quite slowly, many of them happened because of Prince Philip's insistence, and that was what kind of ruffled feathers among the suits, as he called them in the palace.
The men with moustaches, I think he used to call them, didn't he? And so he kind of made a few ructions in those early days.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, they started with moving the kitchen, so they worked out that the kitchen and where they had supper was miles away, and every meal turned up cold. So he was very practical, and also I think he felt that the Queen, which of course she became very young because her father died so young, had to get on with the job, and he had to make it work for her. He had to be practical, and he also spent a lot of time with his children. He was probably quite a complex father to have, because he hadn't had a father around from the age of 9 on which to base fatherdom, as it were, parenthood. But he loved them, and he used to take them away, just the 4 of them, to little places on the estate every year, and they always turned up.
But quite a difficult father figure to live up to, actually.
Well,
very high standards.
Very high standard, action man, not used to great palavers. I mean, his funeral will be exactly as he wanted. I mean, not lying in the state was his choice, even though, obviously, because of the situation and COVID pandemic, it can't happen. He wanted a simple life, and he was very keen on his, polo, very keen on the carriage driving, but he didn't like a great deal of fuss. Slightly romantic too. He designed the Queen's engagement ring, and he took it from diamonds from his mother's tiara. His mother's tiara had been put in a bank in Paris when she'd had to go into sanatoria. And he and the 3 sisters who were then alive had to sign and get it out. And he also designed a bracelet, which she wears quite often over long white gloves for evening events.
You see, all of this really points to a very, very sad time for the Queen, doesn't
Terrible
it? Because,
time.
whatever else one says about, whether he was gruff or whether he was misunderstood or whatever, and the implication for the royal family, this was a very long marriage.
73 years.
Yeah.
And if you remember that first time when she came out, I think went to an event at St. Paul's Cathedral.
Without him.
Without him. You suddenly realise, I mean, if I was a cartoonist today, you could draw an iconic picture of a tall man with his hands behind his back, leaning over a smaller lady who was wearing a hat. You wouldn't have to draw their faces. The whole world would know who that was. And that was the view that we saw time and time again.
And we will not see that again.
No, and I think that is the sad point. As you said, the Queen's got used to doing her duties without the Duke being by her side ever since his retirement in 2017. But not to have him behind closed doors, to have those conversations with, to sort of sound him out on certain things. We were talking earlier about the Sandringham summit, etc., how he, didn't have that formal role. But as anyone knows, and this goes for prime ministers and presidents as well, they rely a lot on their spouses. They are their sort of confidant, their sounding board, their rock, their support. And he was everything.
And they do always, the spouses always get criticism, don't they?
Yes, indeed. I mean,
can't do anything right.
Just look at recent times with Harry and Meghan. Look at, look back to the Queen and the Duke in the 50s and 60s as well. But as we say, he was. And the other point that I think sometimes that people forget is that both the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh were great grandchildren of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. So that's quite remarkable that they found one another in a way.
Yeah. I do remember reading something in one of the biographies where he said that he used to get, or it was surmised, he used to get irritated when people said to him, well, what was it like marrying into the royal family? Living in Buckingham Palace, how did you find that? And he said, well, I was royal, It wasn't that I hadn't ever experienced these things before. And he came from his own royal lineage, albeit a sort of slightly divergent.
The royal family of Greece, obviously, at very different times. And as we've also been establishing, the royal family of Greece was essentially Danish, or at least the first king of Greece was a Danish prince. But interesting that there has been some tributes come today from the royal families of Europe. The Dutch royal family gave their heartfelt sympathies. The Swedish king said that Prince Philip was an inspiration to us all. And the royal palace in Belgium have said that they were deeply saddened for the Queen. So, yes, he comes from European royalty. He was Prince Philip of Greece and Denmark when he first arrived in this country.
Sad that we won't see the big gathering of all those royals at a funeral. But anyway, thanks, Chris. Let's get more reaction now to today's really sad news from 4 former Prime Ministers. Sir John Major said it is impossible to exaggerate the role that the Duke of Edinburgh has played in his lifetime of service to the monarchy and the United Kingdom. His successor, Tony Blair, said that he will naturally be most recognised as a remarkable and steadfast support to the Queen over so many years. However, says Tony Blair, he should also be remembered and celebrated in his own right as a man of foresight, determination and courage. David Cameron said it was desperately sad news and that the Duke showed true dedication to our country with unstinting service stretching back to his courageous naval duty in the Second World War. And Eve meant that. Theresa May said that the nation and the entire Commonwealth owe Prince Philip an extraordinary debt of gratitude for a distinguished life of service to the Queen, our country and so many around the world. Well, members of the public have already been gathering at Buckingham Palace to pay their respects to Prince Philip, and Juliet Bremner is there. So, Juliet, what reaction have you been seeing from people that you've been speaking to outside the palace today?
Well, actually, very emotional, Mary. We've seen the police trying gently to disperse people and move people on because they don't want crowds gathering in this time of a pandemic, and they have taken down that official royal notice now for the railings. But one woman said to us that she felt a pull to come here, that this is actually the emblem, Buckingham Palace, of our royal family, and that she cried when she heard that Prince Philip had died, and that she was most worried for the Queen. There have been lots of notices from the public, handwritten on scraps of paper, put up on the railings, and I'll just read you a few of them to give you a flavour of the kind of emotions and feelings people are showing. One said, "To our beloved Queen and the family, it's with great sadness that we've heard about the passing of your beloved husband, Prince Philip," and then in brackets they've written, "What a man!" exclamation mark. But I think what most of them are saying, and the recurring word that we keep seeing in them, is service. They are praising the Duke of Edinburgh for his many decades of service to the royal family. One said, "R.I.P. Prince Philip, thank you for your loyal service over the years, your vision for the future, and of course the humour you have shared with us." Others say, "Thank you for your service, thank you for a lifetime of service, and thank you for your devoted service." I think this is what people are remembering more than anything else. They've described him to us as an icon and a role model. He is somebody we know, and we keep hearing from all the guests, that has been a presence, a loyal, constant presence throughout all those decades. And I think we have to remember that for everybody who will come here, whether they are visiting from home or abroad, he will be somebody who has been a constant presence in their lives. He's been that figure always of support in the background for the Queen, and they want to come and say to him, "Thank you for that loyal service. Thank you for the service to the Queen and to our country."
Juliet, for the moment, thank you. And Chris, you were nodding along to that very much.
You know, I was reading to you earlier some of the reports from Kurt Hahn, his headmaster at Gordonston School in the 1930s. And it just struck me as Juliet was talking there about service. This is what Kurt Hahn wrote in 1934. "Philip knew how to enlist willing service. He never lost the childlike quality of becoming absorbed by whatever he tackled, almost," he wrote, "to the point of oblivion." And just to hear Juliet speak there about service and some of the messages that people are leaving outside Buckingham Palace, I think, you know, it's not just us here talking about the service that he gave to the Queen and the country. It's not just Kurt Hahn in 1933 who was talking about it as well. It's something I think that people recognise the country over and the world over.
In terms of his legacy, Chris, obviously one of the major parts we remember him for is the Duke of Edinburgh's awards, which he started decades ago. Will that continue without him, and will it change in any way?
Yes, it will continue. And actually here is we can talk a little bit perhaps about what might happen to the title Duke of Edinburgh. Now, ordinarily it would pass to the next most senior member of the royal family, which would be Prince Charles, but he's already the Prince of Wales, for example. So it will in time, and not immediately, the title Duke of Edinburgh will pass to Prince Edward, the Earl of Wessex. Now, currently, he's very much absorbed in the Duke of Edinburgh's award. He's spoken about it recently. He's taken on a lot of his father's responsibilities in recent years. So we can't say for sure, because it's obviously down to the Queen what will happen, but it's very likely that the Duke's young son, Prince Edward, will become the next Duke of Edinburgh, and he will then take on the Duke of Edinburgh's award, which, as you say, 3 million people have taken part in that award scheme since it was formed in 1956.
And that's gone worldwide now.
And it's gone worldwide. There's the Duke of Edinburgh International as well. And we go back again to Gordonston School, and it was because of that mix of like outdoor education and, you know, sailing in the Murray Firth and climbing the hills around Gordonston School. That was what he wanted the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme to embody. And, you know, and children up and down this country do it to this day. 3 million is a staggering number.
It's a huge achievement, isn't it? And actually, we do have some film of Prince Edward talking about the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme. Let's take a look.
You watch a young person blossom. You watch a young person develop all sorts of qualities. What the award does is it develops, most importantly, develops self-confidence, and they learn to achieve. And that, having learnt to achieve in one area, that gives them the confidence to achieve in another area. And where the award really works is having got them to achieve in the non-academic areas, you would then watch them achieve in the academic areas.
As you can see, he's got a gold award. But for that, he would have been a dropout.
Yeah, probably.
You see, ever the slightly cheeky put down at the end there.
Just saw that opportunity right at the end of the interview there. But as you say, the Duke of Edinburgh's award will now carry on, and it will be Prince Edward, who himself, like the rest of the family, will be mourning today the loss of their beloved father. But the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme will very much live on. And the title of Duke of Edinburgh, you say, will go to Prince Edward, but
But
it's
not
likely.
yet.
We don't know for sure. And it's actually down to the Queen in any case, if and when that were to happen. But that's my understanding is that is a plan for the coming months.
Because, of course, Eve, some of the Queen's happiest times, I think she would say herself, were when she was Duchess of Edinburgh, before she became Queen.
Oh, yes.
Princess Elizabeth, Duchess of Edinburgh, and she had a almost normal marriage.
She had about 2 years or so where they went to Malta. Of course, he was the captain or the commander of a ship, and he was loving that because that's what he adored, and gave a lot up because he had to curtail his naval career. And they could behave like normal people. And if you think about the Queen, who had been grown up, her teenage years has been during the war, so there hadn't been much fun to have then, and then got married and then had 2 children fairly quickly. For the first time, they could go out dancing. They could have people for dinner. They could be normal. And I think her parents, George VI and the Queen Mother, late Queen Mother, decided that was rather important for them to have some normal sort of behaviour. And people are quite critical because they left their children with the grandma and grandpa in London. Pretty good, safe place to leave.
And the staff, of course.
And the staff, of course. But they went off there and they had some sort of normal married life where you weren't hidebound by courtiers, you had some staff, but not people living in, like the men in moustaches or grey suits, as they used to discuss them. And I think also they had a chance to actually iron out. Everybody, when they get married, think it's going to be perfect. Well, suddenly you realise you're going to be living with somebody it's not that perfect. You can iron out all those little problems. And when you see pictures of them in Malta, she looks radiant. She looks like she's having the most wonderful time, going to the hairdresser, not having somebody privately coming to her. All those normal things we take for granted.
Like a proper naval wife.
Yep. Absolutely. And knowing other naval wives and being friendly with other naval wives in the way that you would if you know your husband has a job and you get friendly with his co-workers or their families. It's very, very normal.
But that all came to a premature end, of course, with the death of George VI.
Yes.
Much sooner than anybody could have anticipated.
Well, he was 52 when he died, so I think nobody realised it would happen that quickly. And he does look very ill as he waves her off to the tour they made in Africa. And then to be in somewhere so beautiful as Treetops, if you've ever been to Treetops, it's extraordinary. And then to be told this terrible news.
In Kenya.
In Kenya. And Mike Parker, who was the sort of Prince Philip's aide-de-camp, said he could see all the troubles of the world seemed to go on his shoulders when he heard the news, and then he had to tell the Queen away from everybody else. I mean, very dramatic, very sad.
And he stepped away from his naval career and dedicated his life to the service of the monarch.
And to looking after her, to being there, to being somebody she could, as Chris just said, you have to have somebody to throw ideas off. So even if he wasn't at the summit himself, I'm sure the Queen probably came out and said, well, this is what they're saying. What do we do? Where do we go with this? What's the future? And I'm sure he would have discussed the varied options that they could do. And you understand that when you have children of your own. You try and help them. I mean, what was lovely is he did make a joke at the end about Prince Edward, but you could see he was looking at him so proudly on that sofa, thinking, that's my boy, he's taking on this job that I started. And of course, the thing you have to remember about Gordonstoun, just like Prince Philip's life, it was not a beautiful, ancient, lovely place. When Kurt Hahn took it over, it was a slightly falling down big building somewhere very cold in Scotland. And the students themselves had to paint the walls and get it ready. And sailing was probably a treat because you were out in the open sea, you know, and getting hot water into Gordonstoun was sort of pretty tough. And of course, Kurt Hahn believed in that sort of tough, rigorous way for boys. But Philip absolutely lived on it, glowed on it, and realised everything could be dealt with in a way.
Prince Charles, we're told, less so. He didn't enjoy Gordonstoun, but as previously discussed, very different men.
Yes.
Chris, just thinking about...
Anne's children went to Gordonstoun as well, of course. So it's actually a lot of members of the family sort of went through Gordonstoun because it did so well for Prince Philip, even if Prince Charles wasn't quite spent the happiest times of his life there.
Yes, but a lot of the other ones, Zara Tyndall went, I think various other people went. I mean, I think Princess Anne, did she go for a bit?
I think Princess Anne would have gone had it accepted girls at the time, which I don't think it did.
That was the problem.
Yeah.
But so it was kind of central to the formation of this generation, maybe.
Yeah.
Chris, just to pick on something that Eve was saying, the role that the Duke took in advising the Queen and so on, he was always very careful, though, wasn't he, not to overstep the line constitutionally. And he never saw inside the red boxes of court papers and so on that the Queen always works her way through. It must have been quite a difficult balance for him to
Not only
maintain.
a difficult balance to try and maintain, but also if you think in that era, in the 1950s, when the man was the head of the household as well, for him to sort of step back in the way that he did on so many ways.
Step back.
Literally. And it even, there was the whole discussion about whether or not the children would take his name, Mountbatten, formerly Battenberg, etc. So that was very difficult for him. But I think he kind of found that role over the years. Very occasionally he would say something in a press interview that would get everyone a little bit overexcited, but he knew that his role was to support the Queen. And you sort of run out of adjectives, don't you, to describe him. Was he the rock, the confident, the advisor, the defender, the debater? How many words can you come out? And most famously, as the Queen herself once said, the strength and stay. Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, Neil Connery is outside Windsor Castle right now, where the Duke spent his final few days. Neil, we saw people laying flowers there earlier. We saw also the police gently moving them on. Are people still coming?
Yes, they are, Mary. In the last hour or so, I say a few more people are coming up Castle Hill here to the King Henry VIII gate, the main entrance to Windsor Castle, laying flowers here. But some of the staff members from the castle here are asking people now to move along to the Long Walk, which is a couple of 100 metres or so away from where we are, to lay flowers there at the top of the Long Walk, at the entrance, that entrance there to Windsor Castle, and then the flowers are being taken in from that area inside the castle. We've been speaking to people laying those flowers there over the last hour or two, determined really to express their love and support for the Queen and for the royal family, and to show their respect, really, to pay their respects to the Duke of Edinburgh, and reflecting on that service that he has given this country over the past 7 decades. As some of the people we were speaking to talked about how they've done the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, and just how in small ways that had affected their lives, and as they were growing up, giving them opportunities, and just one small measure really of the huge impact that the Duke of Edinburgh has had on public life over the last 7 decades or so.
Neil, what do we think is going to be happening at Windsor over the next day or two? Is there any information coming out where you are?
Well, as I think you would expect, Mary, it will be for Buckingham Palace to officially announce what happens next in terms of funeral arrangements and the procedures that need to take place in the coming days. I think most people, as we were hearing from Juliet Bremner earlier on, know that the Duke of Edinburgh had expressed on a number of occasions a real determination for there not to be too much fuss, really, upon his passing. It's something that he didn't really want to see happen. But of course, we're in this unique COVID situation. The rules have been changing in England very slowly, and will change again on Monday in terms of certain non-essential retail shops opening and so on and so forth. So I think the authorities are really going to have to weigh up the impact of the situation we find ourselves in terms of the pandemic, and yet people will want to show their respect, pay their respects to the Duke of Edinburgh, and to show their love and support for the royal family. So it is going to be a difficult balance. I mean, the royal family have made it clear this afternoon that while they clearly appreciate what they are seeing here and understand it, they don't really want crowds to gather, given the public health advice and situation that we currently find ourselves in. So it is a bit of a balance, but I'm sure they're going to take everything into account in the coming hours.
Okay, Neil Connery at Windsor, thank you. And just to return to you, Chris Shipp, because you were saying that the palace are urging people to if they wish to do something, to maybe make it a donation rather than a bunch of flowers?
Yes, I think we'll get more detail this afternoon. In fact, we think we'll get quite a bit more detail this afternoon once they've, sort of got all their sort of ducks in a row and made an announcement. But I think, as Neil was saying there, what will be the overriding priority here is that you are following government guidelines. There aren't any crowds. There is no risk to public health given everything that's going on. And that's why I think when we get the announcement about what's going to happen with the funeral, it will be a very slimmed down version of what it was as well. I've also got an update, Mary, on what we were discussing earlier about what happens to the title Duke of Edinburgh. And as I said to you a short while ago, it does immediately pass to Prince Charles as Philip's eldest son. But it won't be passed on to Edward until Prince Charles accedes to the throne, at which point it sort of gets merged in with the crown and can be re-granted again. So Prince Edward will remain the Earl of Wessex. He will continue his father's work with the Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, but our understanding is he won't become the Duke of Edinburgh, as both Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip agreed some time ago, until Prince Charles accedes to the throne.
So what that also means is the Queen will remain the Duchess of Edinburgh as one of her many titles.
Yes.
Until she passes away.
And what many people don't know about the Queen, she's also the Duke of Lancaster, which people find remarkable. But
she has many titles, I think it's fair to say.
They all do.
Just to pick up on what Neil was saying about the pandemic and the impact that's having on the way things are panning out at the moment. It is a very particular time, isn't it, in the history of this country. So many people have gone through so much loss, so much bereavement, so much hardship over the last year or whatever. It does put a different perspective onto this, doesn't it?
I think you touch on a really important point there, because here is a man who gave a lot of service to the country, who was the husband of the Queen, and we are talking about him today because he has passed away at the age of 99. However, there are many, many tens of thousands of people who have lost loved ones over the course of the past year, and many of whom lost their lives many years earlier than could have been expected. So I think we talk about this as a note of sadness for the Queen, who has now become a widow, but this is not a tragic event. This is a man who lived to the age of 99, who had a wonderful life, a fascinating life, a difficult life, a very, a difficult start to his life. Yes, we've discussed that as well. But a man who reached the age of 99 after what was a remarkably full life. And that's why we don't talk about it in the terms of tragedy. And it's why we also must put it into the context of what this country and many other countries have been through over the past 12 or 13 months.
Eve, how do you think the family will be changed by the passing of the Duke?
Well, I think that Prince Charles will probably spend even more time with his mother, because he'll know that that rock, that conversation, that thing will be important. I think that when the Queen Mother and Princess Margaret died, Princess Anne spent a lot of time with her mother, and so did Sarah Chatto, Princess Margaret's daughter. So I think all those strands of the family, and Sophie Wessex, people who spend time with the Queen, that the Queen feels relaxed with, will, as it were, go into action.
They'll all have to step up.
They'll all step up, but they'll all spend more time with her. And they'll all want to feel that there are times when she would be perhaps alone with the Duke, they don't want her to be alone. So whether it was Sunday lunch, and HMS Bubble might have to grow a bit bigger to take them all in, but they'll all understand that she doesn't, they did so much, just the two of them, that somebody else will step in and help. And I think that's the time we'll see this family really come together. And as Chris said, we've been through a very difficult time with this family for the last few months. I mean, where things have been opened and things have been said and things have been hurtful. And it'll be interesting to see how this family knits together and protects her and protects what they have going forward. And I think we'll see that.
I agree. And actually, we were talking earlier about that very iconic picture now, when after Archie was born, and we were saying at the time how diversity was at the heart of the royal family. You had Archie, you had Meghan's mother, Doria Ragland, there as well. And yet, everything that's been said since during the Oprah interview and since, obviously, there were some members of the royal family, Harry and Meghan in particular, who didn't think that change had happened at quite the speed that they wanted it to happen. And he has been watching that from afar. He was in hospital when a lot of this was happening. Don't forget, he was in hospital for a month whilst Oprah interview was going on and the fallout was happening. But he's seen change himself in the royal family, and he would have I think appreciated that this was also a moment of change for the family.
Okay, Chris, Annie, for the time being, thank you very much indeed. Well, Prince Philip's death means that the rest of today's schedule has had to change here on ITV and STV. We will remain on air until 5 o'clock, when James Mates has a special documentary on the Duke of Edinburgh. At 6 o'clock, the news from your areas will run as usual, followed by the ITV National News at 6:30. And then from 7 o'clock, Julie Etchingham and Philip Schofield will present a live programme called Prince Philip Fondly Remembered, and they will be speaking to the people who knew the Duke best, including Sir David Attenborough and Joanna Lumley. At 9 o'clock, Chris Shipp has another special programme. Take a look.
Most of us knew him simply as the husband of the Queen, the father of the heir to the throne, Prince Charles. But the full picture of Prince Philip is more remarkable, much more intriguing, and far more surprising.
Certainly when he first went to school, he was asked, what he was called, and he said, "I'm called Philip." And they said, "Well, you must have another name. What do you mean, just Philip?" And so eventually he said, "Well, I suppose I'm Philip of Greece."
6 million young people around the world have taken part in the award scheme that bears his name.
His own instability in terms of his young life had given him an extraordinary perspective and ability to relate, and an inbuilt strength.
Father, consort, innovator, grandfather. In Prince Philip's royal life, he has left his own indelible mark.
And that is at 9 this evening. But good afternoon. You are with us now because Buckingham Palace today announced the very sad news that the Duke of Edinburgh has died at the age of 99. The palace said it was with deep sorrow that the Queen shared the news that Prince Philip had passed away peacefully at Windsor Castle this morning. He was married to the Queen for 73 years and was the longest-serving consort in British history. Leaders across the UK and around the world have been paying tribute, with the Prime Minister Boris Johnson saying the Duke was much loved and highly respected. Flags at Buckingham Palace and Downing Street have been lowered to half-mast, and well-wishers have been laying flowers outside royal residences. With more, here's our UK editor, Paul Brandt.
The formal announcement was placed outside Buckingham Palace this afternoon. 4 short paragraphs marking the end of a long life, one of the longest in service to this country. It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, the announcement read. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. That morning was marked with flags at half-mast at Buckingham Palace, above Parliament, and over Downing Street too, where the Prime Minister paid tribute.
Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth, and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And it is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today.
At Windsor, where he spent his last weeks with the Queen, flowers are already being left. The Duke might not have been known for his own sentimentality, but many across this country now wish to express their affection.
My heart just breaks for the Queen and the family because she lost her husband and such a stability in the country, I think, the royal family. So, yeah, just deeply sad.
I've met him personally at the 12 Windsor Scout groups just down the road. And so also doing his Duke of Edinburgh programme, he's left quite an impression on me and I'm sure the rest of the UK as well.
He was Prince of all 4 UK nations, but Duke of Edinburgh. And in the Scottish capital today, an announcement was also placed outside Holyrood House.
He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh. But probably above all of that, the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people. So I think we should deeply appreciate the massive contribution that he made to public life and to the whole country.
This afternoon, crowds are gathering at Buckingham Palace. More tributes left as plans begin to be announced to lay the Duke of Edinburgh to rest.
Okay, well, Chris, you've got some updates, haven't you? Some news.
I mean, we're talking earlier about the funeral. So no longer will there be a procession in London. Everything is now going to happen in Windsor, and it has been confirmed that Prince Philip's body will lie at rest, as it is known, at Windsor Castle.
And not in state.
Not in state. No, that was his specific request, and that will happen at St George's Chapel. I think it will probably happen. There's an area of St George's Chapel called the Albert Memorial Chapel, sort of built at the back, as you can imagine. It was Queen Victoria which oversaw that, but I think that's where the body will lie in rest until the day of the funeral. Those official announcements are still being worked on at the moment, but will come from the royal family and from Buckingham Palace. It's been confirmed now that it has all been changed because of the pandemic, and the underlying principle here is that there aren't any crowds. And actually, the royal family has regrettably, they say, requested that members of the public do not attend or participate in any of the events that make up the funeral. Now, it would be quite hard for the public to attend them because the procession isn't happening anymore. It all happens behind the walls of Windsor Castle. But this request from the family is that people don't therefore gather in Windsor, outside whatever gate or entrance to Windsor Castle, in order to mark their respects because of this overriding concern for public health and the restrictions that still exist. Just a final point on flags. All flags on government buildings now and on palace buildings will now fly at half-mast from now until 8 a.m. on the day of the funeral. So we're still awaiting for confirmation of the day of the funeral, likely to be sort of 7 or 8 days' time, but the flags will now fly at half-mast for the best part of the next week.
And Chris, where will his body be laid to rest? Where will he be buried?
So the plans, again, it's all to be signed off by the Queen, and I don't want to go into any detail until that she's gone through those plans and signed them off herself personally, and it's entirely possible that she may want to revise some of them in the light of what's been going on. But it is thought that his body will end up in St George's Chapel, which is inside Windsor Castle. So that there is an area to the side which is called the George VI Memorial Chapel, which is where King George VI is. It's where the Queen Mother is as well. It's where the ashes of the Queen's sister, Princess Margaret, is. As for the fine details of when that will happen and when his body will be transferred there, we do not know. But that is the most likely scenario at the moment, is that the funeral will happen in St George's Chapel. And then at some point, and it might not be soon, but at some point that body will be transferred to the George VI Memorial Chapel, which is, when you go into St George's Chapel, it's like a tiny little extension, if I can call it that, on the side of the chapel there, and that's where King George VI is and the Queen Mother as well. So it means a lot to the Queen.
And just a final thought on this, and I appreciate you don't know all the details yet, but Is there a possibility that quite a large part of this we may never find out, that it may just remain private and between the family, or will it all be done in some sort of public capacity?
I think there will be, and I think the Queen will want there to be a national moment. So, OK, people can't gather, they can't have the procession which they had planned to have in London, but there will be, as I understand it, we wait for confirmation, some form of filming, broadcasting of the event. Quite what extent that will end up at, we don't know. We wait for the Queen's the Queen's acceptance of it. You can see here some pictures outside one of the gates in Windsor. I'm just trying to work out which gate that is.
It's not the Henry VIII, is it?
Could be Henry VIII. But actually, such a different angle. I can't quite work out what it is. But so people are laying flowers now. Clearly, the palace would rather that the public gave. There's a little boy there, look, just laying some flowers with presumably his mother.
That's rather lovely, isn't it?
I mean, just very touching. And look, there's 3, 4, 5 people all now laying flowers, and even though the palace would rather that people didn't come, they don't want to create a moment, a focal point, because of the risk of crowds, and they want everything to be done under government guidelines. But of course, if people want to bring flowers, it's very difficult to stop them. But we've just seen that little boy. There's a lady, I think, behind there with carrying a baby in her arms as well, laying some flowers too.
And what the palace wants, as you say, may not be what happens, because people will do what they want to do, as we saw after the death of Princess Diana. If there is a momentum of some sort, then it will take its course.
And I think that's what they were trying at this very early stage to try and prevent from happening. And you heard, I think, our correspondents Juliet and Neil, who are at Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle, respectively, talking about how police are sort of trying to gently move people along, don't congregate, don't hang around. But clearly, they're not able to stop them continuing to lay flowers. And if they're coming at sort of 2 or 3 bunches every 10 seconds, as they are at the moment, that's going to be quite a big bunch of flowers very soon.
It certainly is. It's it's quite a remarkable sight, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, and something we haven't seen for a very long time as well, I think. And word spreads very quickly these days. We have social media. This announcement was made at midday today. A lot of the world would have known about it by 2 minutes past midday, and it gives people time to go and make decisions, as these people clearly have, to lay flowers outside one of the main gates of Windsor Castle.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's take a pause for a moment to talk a little bit more about Prince Philip's early life and his formative years. He was born in 1921 on the island of Corfu in Greece to Prince Andrew and Princess Alice, the youngest of 5. He became 6th in line to the Greek throne. Philip's father, Andrew, was an officer in the Greek army who fought in his country's war with Turkey in the early 1920s. But the war went badly for Greece, and Andrew was blamed, facing a court-martial for failing to follow orders that he considered reckless. The family fled the country, with the 1-year-old Prince Philip being smuggled out in an orange crate. Despite being Greek by birth, Philip's ancestry was mainly Danish and German. The family had plenty of wealthy aristocratic connections on the continent. They settled in Paris, which the Duke remembered fondly when he looked back on his life in 2011.
I had 4 sisters, and so we lived in quite a small house, so we were all on top of each other, just outside Paris. And I went to an American sort of child school, or whatever you call it. We had an English nanny, and the family spoke about 4 languages. You got a bit confused because you started off a conversation in English, and then somebody couldn't remember the word, so they said it in French. So it went on in French, and then they thought, well, like, what's the word? And then it in Greek. And then it went into Greek, and they went into German, and this went on all the time. No, it was a very, very jolly life.
We see that in a way as typical, isn't it? Because in many ways it wasn't a very jolly life at all, but he clearly made the best of it.
Made the best of it. And obviously there was a lot of love in that family at that stage, which tragically fell apart because his mother, who actually became very brave and saved people during the war in Athens, had mental health problems, and he was taken out for the day when he was 9. And when he came home, his mother wasn't there anymore. She'd been taken to a sanatorium. I mean, it's the sort of thing now that you would say you must never do to a child. You must tell them everything that's going on. All the rules just didn't exist then. And very shortly after, his father went off to live in Monte Carlo with his mistress. And that was the end of, as it were, the parental home. And because of the war, I mean, he had 4 elder sisters, and one of them, Cecile, died in a car crash, a plane crash. I keep saying car crash. And what was terrible is she was pregnant, and in the wreckage they found the baby. So she'd obviously gone into labour on the plane, which is perhaps one of the reasons why the pilot was trying to land early. And apparently he was given a bit of this plane, and a tiny little bit, and he walked around with it in his pocket.
And he was at school.
And he was at school at Gordon Street. But then he didn't see the other 3 sisters for 7 years. They had to wait till 1946 to have lunch together. I mean, if you think about it, it's really incredible. Absolutely not the princely lifestyle that you would think he would be living. And of course, they all spoke French, German, English, possibly other bits of language, Danish, possibly. So he always felt European. He felt very British, of course, but the background was European. And he was very proud of his foreign relationships. I mean, if you remember, there was a film of him showing the children of his sisters, his nieces and nephews, how to do carriage driving. And they'd all come over, I think, for the wedding of Harry and Meghan. And there was the day before, he'd taken them out all in a carriage to show them. And he'd had the carriage seat specially made so that it would fit him now when he was less able to jump out of the carriage. And he was proud of that. He was proud of all of them, you know, and he obviously kept up with them because of his own childhood. Thought, I'm not going to let this family go.
Yeah, and he had links really with royal families throughout Europe, didn't he?
Throughout Europe. And I mean, you see at big weddings and at big events, there is Prince Philip looking, particularly when he was younger, looking very happy to be reunited with people who were second cousins. Most of them come from Queen Victoria in some way, so there is a relationship between them. And of course, the Queen gave his mother apartments at Buckingham Palace, which is where she lived until she died. I mean, so she lived with them, of course, in a large house, but she was allowed to have apartments there, and she could come and go as she wanted. So to make up for this early, terrible life that they'd had.
And she is buried in Jerusalem, I think, isn't she?
She's buried in Jerusalem, and was named one of the righteous because she saved a Jewish family from the Nazis in Athens.
Yes,
and he actually went to Jerusalem and spoke about his mother when they honoured her.
But actually, I've been to the Princess Alice's tomb in Jerusalem, both when Prince Charles went there quite recently and Prince William as well, because of what, you know, she's honoured there and buried on the Mount of Olives because of what she did to save a Jewish family, the Cohen family, from the Nazis in occupied Greece in the Second World War. But the whole history is fascinating when you go back through it, because the whole reason why the Greeks had a sort of Danish royal family in any case is because at the end of the Ottoman Empire, they were looking around for which of the big powers should we have as our next monarchy. Should we have Britain or France or Russia? And they chose that they were all a bit too big, so they chose the Danish royal family. So it was a chap called Prince Wilhelm, or William, who went from being a sort of rather unknown prince in Copenhagen and got made King George I of Greece. We look at that now and we think, how bizarre. I mean, how did that even happen? But such were the situation of the monarchies in the 1800s. And Prince Charles had just been to Greece in the last couple of weeks to mark its bicentennial, and it was in 1821 that Prince Philip's ancestors became the Greek royal family.
It's so convoluted, isn't it?
It's convoluted, but it seems sort of normal. I mean, what is interesting, no one is forgotten. So his father was actually known as Prince Andrei, but of course that's Andrew, and then you have Prince Andrew. His mother's name is Alice, and of course Princess Anne's middle name is Alice. All these threads, these veins and threads of this family are all continued into our royal family.
And actually, Queen Victoria had an Alice, and Alice had a Victoria, and Victoria had an Alice, and that Alice there, the Battenberg, was
his
Prince Philip's mother.
My goodness, there's a symmetry there, isn't it? But there is the issue of the surname, and I think it's quite a confusing story, isn't it? Because he was Philip of Greece, he didn't have a surname, but then he assumed Mountbatten because he was Louis Mountbatten's nephew.
Which was previously Battenberg.
Yes.
So his grandfather was Prince Louis of Battenberg, also himself a former sea lord. But it was in the First World War, when there was very much, anti-Germanic sentiment in this country, that the royal family changed its name to Windsor. Literally just plucked it out of the air, but not really, because there's a castle there. But they got the name Windsor, and then anything that had Battenberg in the title was changed to Mountbatten, and that was the name that Philip latterly assumed.
But was not allowed to hand that on to his children. And there's that famous
Not his first
quote.
two children.
Yes. Allegedly, he said, "I'm just an amoeba."
That's
What
right.
was that about?
Well, because he felt that every father, his children were named after him, but he wasn't allowed to. His first two children are named Windsor, so they've got nothing to do with him. And the third and fourth children are called Mountbatten, which is why Archie, Harry and Meghan's son, is called Archie Mountbatten Windsor.
Okay, and so Mountbatten Windsor is their surname now?
Yes, yeah, it is for Prince Andrew and Prince Edward, but not for Prince Charles and Princess Anne, if we're being really detailed here. But yeah, but a fascinating story about how European monarchy was, ended up in Greece, and then he, because of a war that his father was in charge of, he was court-martialed for it, and that's why they had to flee. Now, I've been to Mon Repos, or Mon Repos, which is the sort of beautiful villa just on the outskirts of Corfu, where Philip was born. Stunning place. It's now a sort of museum. Rather run-down museum, actually, but it's an amazing tale that he was born on the dining room table there in 1921, and then just at a few months old, they literally had to burn all the papers because they were worried about their own safety, and then the British sent a warship to come and pick them up in the bay of Corfu, and that's the last time that he ever lived in Corfu.
And he was smuggled out in this famous orange.
Yes, either an orange crate or a fruit crate. No one's quite sure what it is, but it was some form of makeshift cot. Yes.
Was he in danger? I mean, could the family have been killed, or,
I think
imprisoned, or
other members of the military who were involved in this particular skirmish against the Turks that went so badly for Greece were court-martialed, and some of them were executed. So in the sense of being in danger, you could say his father might well have been.
It's quite some start in life, isn't it? Quite remarkable.
And what's interesting, the family thing goes on. So Louis Mountbatten, as you say, was his uncle, great-uncle.
Lord Louis Mountbatten was his uncle, and then Prince Louis of Battenberg was his grandfather.
Prince Louis of Battenberg, the first Sea Lord, had a sword, and Prince Philip wore it to his wedding and cut the wedding cake with that sword.
Now that's a detail.
So it's just interesting that he obviously had this affinity to this family, spread out, bit of a mess. Sisters had married the sort of wrong people. There's that marvellous picture of him going to Cecily's funeral, where he's just wearing a black coat, and all around him are brown shirts.
Nazi uniforms.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, and yet, if you think about it, was an extraordinary time for the Europeans. He came through and he thought, I'll carry the best bits on.
Yeah. And actually holding on to sort of some of his family ancestry, because so much of it was in pieces from a very, very young age. As the orange crate story, exemplifies.
It is extraordinary. It is extraordinary. Well, we have talked a bit today, haven't we, already, about how much of the Duke's passion and enthusiasm began at the boarding school that he attended in northern Scotland. Philip was sent to Gordonston School in Elgin, where lessons were deliberately unusual and often pretty tough, really. And when he first arrived, there were only 11 other pupils, and the school's head teacher, Kurt Hahn, played a really key role in shaping the young prince from Greece. Martha Fairley has been back to Gordonston to see how the Duke maintained a close link to the school throughout his life.
On a remote estate in the north of Scotland, Gordonston's pupils receive a unique education. Established in 1934 by Kurt Hahn, a German Jew who'd fled the Nazis, the school's early emphasis was on character-building activities, cold showers and outdoor pursuits.
The day itself would have been a mixture of ordinary lessons, as we would expect at any school. Students were encouraged to do things like the high jump, which Hahn thought was a really good sport to do because you were challenging yourself rather than against others.
Among its first pupils, Prince Philip of Greece, who flourished under Hahn's programme of personal development.
There was a very clearly laid out set of exercises and activities that he had to go through. He would have been expected to record that, and he was expected to be honest, and that was a very big part of what Hahn was interested in.
It sounds like an incredibly good preparation for what he went on to do.
You're absolutely right. I think, unbeknownst to him, the life that he was going to lead needed all those qualities that I've just described.
So we must be over here, ever so slightly.
That preparation for life included service to the community. It's still a compulsory part of the curriculum. Some of Gordonston's pupils following in Prince Philip's footsteps, training in search and rescue with the local Coast Guard.
Can you tell me how you got here?
Prince Philip was part of the Watchers, the precursor to our modern day Coast Guard service. And he spent many, many hours looking out over the Moray Firth for ships that might be in trouble.
Ready, brace, lift!
Kurt Hahn believed, and we continue to believe, that actually young people thrive when they are needed, and that being of service is about being needed.
Good job, guys, good job.
And Gordonston and its ethos was to shape the Prince's later life.
He really loved the location as well. Gordonston has a really special location between the mountains and the sea, and I think we can probably see that this was where Prince Philip gained his love of the sea and obviously went on to have such a successful naval career.
In Prince Philip's day, the pupils built this wooden hut to keep a lookout at sea. The Prince kept close links with Kurt Hahn and the school, returning in 1955 to open its more permanent replacement watchtower. A year later, the Duke of Edinburgh's award was created.
Very early in Gordonston's days, Kurt Hahn enabled local children to earn the Murray Badge. And Prince Philip got the Murray Badge while he was a student here at Gordonston. And the success of that led Kurt Hahn to think that there might be something in this for the wider world. So he persuaded Prince Philip to put his name to an expansion of the Murray Badge, and in 1956 the Duke of Edinburgh's award was launched.
Gordonston's iconic round square building houses the library and its records of Prince Philip's school days. Kurt Hahn wrote of a boy with undefeatable spirit who sailed on the school expedition to Norway, threw himself into everything and got into a fair number of scrapes. Often naughty, but never nasty. Looking back through the Gordonston archives, it's clear to see that Prince Philip was a keen sportsman. In the school magazine in 1938, it says of him in the rugby team, Philip, still inclined to tackle a little high and to run into the forwards rather than to make openings for his wing, has greatly strengthened the three-quarter line. Philip became the guardian or head boy, as well as captain of the hockey and cricket teams. Sport still plays an important role at Gordonston, as does offering opportunities to pupils from all backgrounds and nationalities. Its current cricket captain won his place here with a sports scholarship.
I think in honesty it's life-changing. I think this is such a unique place that if you were to go to any other educational establishment you wouldn't get the opportunities that you get to do here.
And in 2019, Prince Philip gave his name to a foundation raising money to fund bursaries and scholarships so pupils, regardless of wealth or status, can benefit from a Gordonston education.
All of the experiences that we've had here, they've all centred in challenge. And the thing is that with all of these challenges, you have a big bank of memories where you know that it doesn't matter how tough something was at the time and how impossible it felt, that you can get through it. And I think Prince Philip himself probably experienced that too, and the experiences that he had here followed him through life, and he knew that even when there was a challenge that he'd be able to overcome it.
The lessons Prince Philip learned here at Gordonston remained with him to serve, show leadership and create opportunities for others.
It's clearly quite a remarkable place. In a moment, I'm going to talk to the royal biographer Penny Junor about Gordonston and its influence on the Duke of Edinburgh. But before that, Chris, you've got an update on flowers.
Yeah, just a quick update for you. And we were talking earlier, we were looking at pictures of people laying flowers at Windsor Castle, but it now has been confirmed by the Cabinet Office that they say this is an extraordinarily difficult time for many, but we are asking the public not to gather at royal residences. Now, the pictures you can see there are at Cambridge Gate. gate, which is at the very top of the Long Walk. If I refer back to Harry and Meghan's wedding again, it's when their carriage went through all the crowds of people and then went back into that gate and back into...
Past our studio position,
Past our studio,
actually,
exactly, yeah, back into Windsor Castle. Now, the Cabinet Office say that residences continue to follow public health advice, particularly on avoiding meeting in large groups. And everyone knows that in England at the moment, clearly this is what we're talking about in Windsor, is that you can only mix if you are 2 households or a maximum of 6 people from separate households. And therefore, the Cabinet Office said, we are supporting the royal household in asking that floral tributes should not be laid at royal residences at this time. Now, we think the palace want those, instead of floral tributes, to make charitable donations instead, but that's now become official from the Cabinet Office. One further quick update is at Westminster Abbey, the famous Abbey where Philip and Elizabeth were married in 1947, will toll its tenor bell once every 60 seconds, 99 times from 6 p.m. on Friday evening in tribute to the Duke's 99 years of age.
Okay, so that's from this evening. And there will be some other, there's going to be a gun salute, as I understand it, tomorrow, and all sorts of different things.
Yes, all those things will be confirmed in due course, but yes,
Okay.
the gun salutes and etc. will be confirmed shortly.
All right, Chris, for the moment, thank you. Now, we were talking about Gordonston, a quite remarkable, tough school, which was said to have influenced the Duke of Edinburgh during his childhood. And Penny Juna, the royal biographer, is joining me again. And Penny, I'm hoping that you saw that piece that we've just played out. It was a very, very unusual and influential part of the Duke's life when he was a child, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely it was. I think, you know, his school, as it was, in fact, on his sons. I mean, he sent all of his sons to Gordonston, and it had a big effect on them all. Some liked it, some didn't. I mean, the Duke of Edinburgh himself, I think, had a really good time there, and it clearly brought out the best in him. I'm not sure the same could be said for Charles. Philip, of course, wanted Charles to go there because he'd had such a good time there. But this kind of really rough, tough, early morning runs, you know, wearing next to nothing, cold showers. I mean, the place itself it's miles from anywhere. It's freezing cold. It's on the edge of a very wild coast. The people that love it really loved it, and the people that didn't, I think, were miserable there.
Okay, fair to say then it was an acquired taste that could crush some children and not others. The Duke of Edinburgh, as you said, thrived there. Prince Charles, less so. From Martha's report there was something that she quoted from one of Philip's reports by Kurt Hahn, saying that he was naughty but not nasty.
Well, you know, I would say that's absolutely true of Philip. He was always getting into trouble for his gaffes, you know, but he was never nasty in the things he said. He was fundamentally, I think, a very kind man, and has produced some very kind children. But he didn't always toe the line, and I think that's what was so nice about him. He had some real spark about him. You know, he enlivened any gathering. You know, people would say that walking down the corridors of any building that had the Duke of Edinburgh in it somewhere, you would know which room he was in because of gales of laughter would be coming out of that room. He was a very, very positive presence.
He was fun, I think is what you're saying, isn't it?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
He was fun, but possibly unstuffy. You must have had lots of occasions when you chatted to him and worked maybe with him when you were doing your books. What do you think are the main memories that you will take away from the time you spent with the Duke over the years?
Well, I didn't spend that much time with the Duke. I have to say the Duke did not like journalists, nor people writing about the family. And there have been occasions where he was not 100% polite to me. There was, on one occasion, I was presenting some Duke of Edinburgh's gold awards. He'd reached the stage, the Duke had reached the stage where he was now of an age where and there were so many people who'd won the award that he didn't have the stamina, perhaps, I don't know, to go around all the recipients. And so he asked a few people, or the award people asked a few people like me, who at that time was on television a lot, and to go in and present the awards on his behalf. And we were put into a room in St James's Palace, and I was told that the Duke would, once I'd presented the awards to the young people, the Duke would come in and say a quick hello to everybody, and and I would meet him, and I did all of that, and the Duke duly arrived, and he chatted to everybody and had them all in gales of laughter. And then he came up to me with whoever was with him, and the man said, and may I present Penny Junior? And he looked at me, I swear to God he snorted, and looked me from head to toe, and swiftly turned on his heels and stomped off. So I didn't even get a handshake.
Well, that was telling you. But some fond memories nonetheless. Penny, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. And Chris, just thinking about having met the Duke,
yes.
in the course of my work over the years, and I remember showing him round ITN some years ago, probably in about 2001, and I was showing him round and explaining what we do, and he said, "You lot, you just never stop chattering." And
he wasn't one who approved of gossip, was he?
No.
And I think he always had difficulty with journalists and with some interviews as well. And there were interviews in the early days that he would have done in the 50s and 60s where he would, say something a bit loose-lipped, and that would get him into trouble. And I think he probably from an early age he wasn't very keen on journalists and what we and they did. Some interviewers he really liked and would engage with. Others
not
he
so
didn't,
much.
and not so much. I think Penny was just articulating one such example just there. But Mary, we were talking earlier about Greece and where his life started. We've had now had a statement from the president of Greece, who said the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, who was born in Corfu, served his country with devotion, he said, for many decades, and I extend my warm condolences to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. So, from the very top of Greece to the man who was born there in 1921.
Thank you, Chris. Just a final thought from you, Eve.
Well, what's been lovely about this programme and lovely about watching the people leaving the flowers is I think we didn't realise what we had. And I think that's the overwhelming feeling you'll get today. And I think and hope that after this funeral, there will be a wonderful memorial service where people who did do the Duke of Edinburgh's award can feel that they can come out, they can say something, they'll have a role. And I think his lack of love for journalists, which of course I knew as well, I mean, he got upset when the Queen got upset. He got upset when his family got upset. And he didn't totally understand why some stories actually ever had to make the headlines they did. And of course, as time went on, he understood it more, because we've all understood the media and the way the media's changed, for good and for bad. But he was always being protective.
Well,
one quick update for you, if you want one. Boris and Keir Starmer have been talking in the last hour or so, and they have suspended campaigning for the local elections. They've come to that agreement together. And given what's happened, and you'll be aware that the Prime Minister said quite recently that he would be having a pint on Monday to celebrate the reopening of pubs and things, that has now been cancelled as a mark of respect, and that won't be happening anymore. So we're in a sort of period of mourning, if you like, both politically and royal family mourning. For a while, at least until, of course, the funeral happens.
Yeah, indeed. And these sort of details are going to emerge, aren't they, gradually over the coming hours and days. Chris, Eve, Thank you very much indeed. Enough chatter from us, I think, for the time being. Well, as the country reflects on the life of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, his family is, of course, in mourning, and mourning the loss of a husband, father and grandfather. Many of the Duke's passions will continue through them, and in particular through his eldest son, Prince Charles. As Richard Pallow reports, the two men have a lot in common, but their relationship wasn't always easy.
A son's sadness at his father's long journey nearing its end. The strain on Prince Charles evident as he left hospital, having arrived unannounced to spend 30 minutes at the Duke of Edinburgh's bedside. The Duke had been admitted 4 days earlier. Significantly, it had been his oldest child who was the first royal to visit.
The child in the direct line to the throne has been born.
The birth of Prince Charles in 1948 was a rare bright spot for a country suffering the after effects of World War II. But from the start, his parents were having to juggle royal duties with raising a family.
They were always good parents as much as they were allowed to be, but duty was expected of them. They expected to be away on representing the Queen, representing the UK. So they don't lead the sort of lives that we lead when it comes to families. The work comes first.
But when time allowed, particularly during the summer months, the family would come together at Balmoral in Aberdeenshire. Away from the public gaze, they could achieve a degree of normality. This video was shot by the Queen during a family picnic. The Duke of Edinburgh playing games with the children as others relaxed.
They were wonderful with the children. I mean, we played every game like every parent does. What I saw, he was always there. And their cousins came and the barbecues. It was such a very normal, country, happy childhood there.
Prince Charles arrives with his father.
Prince Philip wanted his son to follow in his footsteps, so enrolled Charles at the same boarding school where he had thrived as a teenager.
Remember how you felt when you started?
But Gordonston's tough environment wasn't so easy for Charles. His character was very different to the Duke's.
Charles desperately wanted to please his father, desperately wanted to do the right thing and to get his admiration and his praise. And the Duke was a particular sort of man. He was an alpha male. He wanted a son in his own image. And Charles just was never that child. And there were many occasions, I am told, when his father did reduce Charles to tears.
But Charles accepted the tough love at home and at school, suggesting both were character building.
How much influence has your father had on you? Is he as tough a disciplinarian inside the palace as he appears to be outside on occasion?
Does he appear to be a tough disciplinarian?
Yes, he does. Well, he seems to tell people exactly what they ought to be doing. Sit down and shut up. Has he ever said that to you?
The whole time, yes. It's very good fun, I think, anyway. He lets one get on with what you want to do. He hasn't said you will do this and that necessarily. He said, now, we think it might be an idea. What do you think? And in that sense, it's been an influence, a sort of moderating influence and an influence of great wisdom, I think.
And Philip's influence went further. Both men loved the great outdoors and became accomplished at polo. Like his father, Prince Charles qualified as a pilot. And to the Duke's delight, Charles joined the Navy, reaching the same rank of commander when he took charge of a minesweeper in 1976.
Their interests were very similar. There were so many things. And young people, you know, the Prince of Wales had his Prince's Trust and the Duke of Edinburgh had his Duke of Edinburgh's Award scheme. I mean, they were so similar in some ways.
But the pair were to fall out over Charles's first marriage, where the signs were worrying from the start.
And I suppose in love.
Of course.
Whatever in love means.
The Prince had been dating Diana for around 6 months.
Lady Di, could you wave?
Shortly before their engagement, the Duke wrote to Charles, urging him to either propose or end the relationship.
He received it, I think, as an ultimatum. He wanted to please his father, he wanted to do what he was told, and he thought that his father was telling him to marry Diana. His father was actually saying, make your mind up. By having Diana on your arm, you are in danger of damaging her reputation. Either let her go or ask her to marry you.
A union portrayed by many as a fairy tale would not reach a happy ending. The couple became committed parents to William and Harry, but their relationship began to fray. As signs of strain started to show, the Duke tried to help. He wrote to both Charles and Diana in an attempt to keep the family together, but it did little good.
When there are problems in a marriage, you tend to blame everybody else, and you probably kick the traces of your parents because you're in something you don't want to be in anymore, and it's your parents' fault. And there was a bit of a falling out.
At their low point, the two men communicated through their private secretaries. It took the encouragement of his second wife to help draw Charles back towards his father.
Camilla has helped him and has bridged a gap, because she really knows how to get on with people. She knows about family.
As time passed, Charles's emotional wounds began to heal, and his relationship with Philip also showed signs of improvement.
He does adore his parents, he always has adored his parents, and it was only in latter years that they started getting closer. If you look at Charles in later life, with the Duchess of Cornwall, he's a completely different person.
Like so many family relationships, this one was complicated. But as Charles begins a life without his father, he'll remember a man who always wanted the best for his children. And by the end, the two were proud to stand shoulder to shoulder.
Good afternoon and thank you to Mary. I'll be here with you through the rest of the afternoon as we continue our special coverage following the death of the Duke of Edinburgh at the age of 99. As you've been hearing, the Duke died peacefully at Windsor Castle this morning, with the Queen expressing her deep sorrow following the loss of her beloved husband. Prime Minister Boris Johnson said the nation's thoughts were with the Queen and the rest of the royal family. Now, messages of condolence and tributes to the Duke's legacy have been pouring in from around the world. Lucrezia Millerini joins me now to share some of those posted online.
Thank you, Tom. Well, yes, world leaders have been offering messages of condolences online. Let's start with the Irish Taoiseach, Micheál Martin. He said he was saddened to hear of the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. Our thoughts and prayers are with Queen Elizabeth and the people of the United Kingdom at this time. Well, leaders around the Commonwealth have also posted messages. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has paid his condolences. He says it was with deep sadness that I learned of the passing of the Duke of Edinburgh today, a man of great purpose and conviction, who was motivated by a sense of duty to others. Prince Philip contributed so much to the social fabric of our country and the world. Prince Philip will be remembered as a decorated naval officer, a dedicated philanthropist and a constant in the life of Queen Elizabeth II. The thoughts of all Canadians are with her and the entire royal family as they mourn this significant loss. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has tweeted, "My thoughts are with the British people and the royal family on the passing away of His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. He had a distinguished career in the military and was at the forefront of many community service initiatives. May his soul rest in peace." We've also been hearing from faith leaders. Of course, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, tweeted a statement including these words. He said, he, the Duke, consistently put the interests of others ahead of his own and in doing so provided an outstanding example of Christian service. On the occasions when I met him, I was always struck by his obvious joy at life, his inquiring mind and his ability to communicate to people from every background and walk of life. He was a master at putting people at their ease and making them feel special. Wildlife and the natural world was close to the Duke's heart, and organisations working with animals paid tribute to his devotion. The World Wildlife Fund International saying, "We express our condolences on the passing away today of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, President Emeritus of WWF International. Prince Philip's lifelong passion for the environmental cause will continue to guide us as we work to protect and restore nature for people and the planet." And in the capital, London Zoo reflected on his help. They said His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh had a lifelong passion for wildlife. He supported London Zoo for many years. They tweeted this picture saying in 2013 he opened tiger territory as Sumatran tiger JJ looks on. We are so grateful to His Royal Highness Prince Philip and the royal family who remain in our thoughts at this sad time. A keen sports fan, British teams have tweeted their respects. Arsenal issued this picture and these words. Prince Philip had a long association with the club. His first visit to Highbury in official capacity came in October 1952, just 8 months after Queen Elizabeth II ascended the throne. He will always be remembered by Arsenal's supporters for officially opening Emirates Stadium on October the 26th, 2006, when he showed a keen interest in our new home. Speaking to players, management, supporters and many staff. It was an unforgettable day for all concerned. Of course, one of the longest serving members of any royal family, other royals around the world have also been paying their respects, including this message from the King and Queen of Belgium. They say they are deeply saddened by the passing away of His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. We wish to express our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, the British royal family and the people of the United Kingdom. They sign off Philippe and Mathilde, and I'm sure those tributes will continue to pour in throughout the rest of the day. Tom.
Lucrezia, thank you very much indeed. Now, our political correspondent, Daniel Hewitt, is in Downing Street. Daniel, as we've been hearing from Chris this morning, plans for campaigning for the upcoming local elections are being altered following the announcement of the Duke's death. What more can you tell us?
That's right, Tom. The Prime Minister and Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party, spoke earlier today and agreed to suspend campaigning for the local elections. We've learned a little bit more too about how the government will function in the next few days. We're told that much of the routine government work will pause, and this will not be too dissimilar to what we see in an election period, or what's called purdah. Now, the government says it will continue to provide public health messaging around coronavirus, but that's the extent to which we'll be hearing from Downing Street and from government departments in the next few days. What we can tell you is that Downing Street say that the current roadmap for easing restrictions, the next milestone really is on Monday, will continue as normal, though Boris Johnson will not be having a pint in a pub as he previously said he would. That has been cancelled. We have heard in the last few minutes as well from the former Prime Minister, Theresa May. These are what she had to say.
Well, I remember him as somebody who was, of course, that tremendous support for Her Majesty the Queen, but also as a man of many talents. He was an engineer, an inventor, a sportsman. He loved cricket. He had so many different interests. He knew about agriculture. He was incredibly knowledgeable about so many different things. And, of course, a very dry sense of humour. So I will remember him predominantly as somebody who gave that support to Her Majesty, but also had so many interests, among which, of course, was his interest in ensuring that young people were encouraged to aspire, to have their horizons stretched, which, of course, so many millions have seen through the Duke of Edinburgh's awards.
You've also been hearing today statements from former Prime Ministers Sir John Major, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. I can tell you that tonight at 5 o'clock the Cabinet will be meeting to pay tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh. We should be hearing what they say in that Cabinet meeting once they've met at 5 o'clock.
OK, Daniel, thank you very much indeed. Now, as we've been hearing today, the Duke of Edinburgh had a distinguished career in the Royal Navy, and some predicted he would reach the very top of that profession. But ultimately, he gave it up to devote himself to the Queen. So let's speak to a former First Sea Lord, Alan, now Lord West. Lord West, thank you very much indeed for joining us today. I mean, it is often said about the Duke's naval career that it was stellar and he might have got to the top of the Navy. How would you characterise his time in the service?
Yes, he was an exceptional naval officer. I mean, he had immense stature as a man anyway, but he was an exceptional naval officer. And I can't think of any other person who had such connection with the Navy for so long. When you think he first went on board a Royal Naval cruiser in 1921 in an orange box, age 1, and he was involved with the Navy pretty well from then on, right through until his sad death yesterday. He loved the Navy. He was very good at it. He did exceptionally well in the Second World War. He actually manned the searchlights on board HMS Warspite or Valiant during the Battle of Matapan, when 3 Italian 8-inch cruisers were sunk, and he got a mention in the dispatches for that. He went on and became a very young first lieutenant of a destroyer. It's well known the fact that he very cleverly made a raft and put flares on and things to stop a German aircraft that had a glider bomb, and they were quite deadly, from attacking his ship, and attacked the raft instead. And he took the destroyer he was in as a first lieutenant out to the Far East, to the Pacific War, and he was in Tokyo Bay for the surrender. And one of his lovely stories was that he was called down to the quarterdeck where the ladder was out, for ship's boats, and 2 bedraggled and emaciated men came up in rags. They were 2 Royal Marines who had escaped from a prisoner of war camp in Japan, seen the white ensign, and had swum out to the ship. And he said, what's really amusing is in 1957, I was speaking to a group in the north of England and telling them this story, and from the back of the hall came these voices saying, hey up, your Royal Highness, that was us. And it was these 2 men. And he was full of a raft of these stories. He helped design the Royal Yacht Britannia, and in the Royal Yacht, in his cabin, was a model of HMS Magpie. That was the only ship he commanded, which I think showed his affection for the Navy, but he gave all that up out of a sense of duty to support Her Majesty the Queen. And I think it's an amazing story of duty and love, actually, his life. He was an amazing man.
Can I just come to the decision to give it all up in a moment? But first, would you mind just talking us through a little more about how formative that war experience was? It's quite difficult to explain to a lot of people who didn't live through it what it was. Every time a ship went to sea, many ships were sunk. Every sailor and officer who was on board at any point during the Second World War ran the risk of being sunk and dying at any point in the day or night.
Absolutely. I mean, generally in the maritime, the sea itself is the enemy, and it is a huge enemy. Risk of going aground, rough seas, these things. When you add to that the fact that there are no lights, lighthouses aren't on, voyages removed, none of the ships are carrying any lights. So that's an extra hazard. And then there are a raft of people actually trying to sink you. There are mines, some of which were laid in minefields, some were floating because they're broken adrift. And from day one in the war, when the first merchant ship was torpedoed by a German U-boat, right through until the end of the war, the Navy was fighting and ships were being sunk. One was so used to zigzagging, darkened ship, not knowing really at any moment something might happen. And there was a generation of young officers like the Duke of Edinburgh who grew up in that and became battle-hardened in that. And we were very lucky, I think, with that generation, because it was what they did that ensured the survival and victory, finally, of the Allies.
Now, for anyone familiar with naval officers of that generation, I guess I would say he was a bit of a classic of the type. Very direct, very straightforward. Any officer or sailor serving under him would have known exactly where he was at all times.
He could be very bluff. He was of that generation, and I think anyway, naval officers and officers of other services, but naval officers can be a bit bluff. I mean, I'm always getting into trouble for saying things that I shouldn't say. And he, I think at times said things that he immediately thought and said them. And it was one of the charms of him, but occasionally it got him into a little bit of a pickle. But he didn't suffer fools gladly. And he knew very quickly someone up and decided whether they were worth listening to or not. And he wasn't going to suffer them if they were not up to it. So he could be he could seem quite harsh like that, but that actually was par for the course for particularly for officers of that generation, but even nowadays as well.
When one looks back at his career and all its many facets, that decision to give up his naval career does stick out so much, doesn't it? I don't need to tell you that every officer kind of lives for command. He's been through the war, he's been promoted very young, he's got his first significant command, and now suddenly he has to take this, for him, what must have been an appallingly difficult decision to give it all up.
I think that's absolutely right. As I mentioned already, the fact that he had the model of the one ship he commanded, HMS Magpie, sitting there in the Royal Yacht in his cabin, a reminder of that. He was on a route to go up to the very top of the Navy, without a doubt. I think if things had happened, if the King had not died so young, it would have been interesting to see how far he got before he had to make the step he finally took. But he took that step. He understood he'd have to do that. But I'm sure it was a great sacrifice. But he understood that was his duty. And of course, he was in love with Her Majesty the Queen. And I think, thank goodness for our nation, we've had such an amazing man as a consort to Her Majesty. And it's such a sad loss for her. You know, all of our sympathy must go out to her at this time.
When you look back on his long life, what impact do you think he had on the Navy in the round?
Well, I think he was in a way, he was a very good advert for the Navy. The fact that he set very high standards and gave an image of the Navy that was the right sort of image. He had a lot of friends in the Navy who, of course, slowly, because as he lived a long life, many of those died. And I think he missed the fact that there were colleagues he'd had then who he still kept in touch with, who slowly disappeared. But that comradeship was very important, and that was seen as well in the Navy. And I think the fact that one had a member of the royal family who was so much part of the senior service was very important for us all. We saw that as being a very important thing, and we knew he was a Navy man. As I say, the Navy liked that. He liked the Navy, and we liked him, and he was a splendid fellow.
Alan, Lord West, thank you so much for joining us. OK, let's come and put some of that to Chris. We just talk about his naval career for a moment. Going back to that decision that Lord West was talking about just there, do you think if we were looking at it through the prism of today, which of course we can't, the royal family of today might decide that someone in his position shouldn't give up his career? Or do you think that was just inevitable, that he had to and was always going to have to?
I think perhaps they might have been a little more flexible today than perhaps they were then. We always talk about the royal family being a very sort of static institution, but it does change. And I would have, maybe they would have considered that request of his to keep his naval career perhaps a little bit more warmly than they did at the time. But, you know, 1952 came along, the sudden death of King George VI, his wife was suddenly sovereign, and it all had to come to an end. And I think he's always looked back at those years that he and the Queen had in Malta when he was in charge of HMS Magpie as perhaps the most normal that it ever got. If you put to one side his very nomadic childhood, his very dysfunctional childhood in many ways, and you look at those couple of years in Malta where they were kind of left alone by the press to a large extent. He was focusing on his naval career. They just had Prince Charles and soon to have Princess Anne, and yet that was all taken away from him rather dramatically in 1952. He accepts it, and he's spoken as much as well, but I think it was a very tough decision.
Yeah, but we often talk about him being a moderniser and all the rest of it. But just very briefly on that decision to give up his career, we shouldn't forget that was a really remarkable decision at the time. I mean, most men in his position didn't contemplate such a thing, let alone actually do it. He was far ahead of his time in one sense in that regard.
They didn't contemplate being subservient to their wives, which is what the Duke of Edinburgh had to be, and he had to sort of pledge his allegiance to his wife when at her coronation at Westminster Abbey in 1953. I just think they were very different times, and that must have been extraordinarily difficult for him. So as much as I think some people might think that he was a man of his generation, I think he was a man ahead of his generation, because he was able to accept a lot of those decisions that were made and all the decisions we've discussed in the past hour on this programme about the name, Mountbatten name, and the fact that his first two children didn't have it. That would have been extraordinarily difficult for him, given he was a sort of alpha male character.
But here was a guy who was used to commanding a ship, and I guess we should say he swept through the royal household like a bit of a gale, like a new commander of a ship, pushing modernisation actually in all kinds of ways that we quickly forget, but were really remarkable at the time.
Yes, and he was the outsider, and he was the person. In many ways, you could kind of sort of acknowledge what Princess Diana went through, and maybe what Meghan Markle went through as well, being the outsider, coming into this institution that was very set in its ways. Now, he changed it, he modernised it in his own way, he got rid of certain things he thought were just far too out of date, and he encouraged his wife to do that as well. And, when we talk always about the second Elizabethan era era. We're talking about the reign of Queen Elizabeth II, which she did alongside the Duke of Edinburgh, and the modernising instinct that he had at all times. From the very outset, from televising the coronation in 1953 all the way through to later years, he was pushing the boundaries, always trying to do things differently.
It is actually. I mean, I'm sure we'll come on to it in a moment, but it's hard to get your head around that after such a long marriage and such a long reign together, she is now on her own.
Yeah, and that's the sadness of the story today. Is about we now have a widow queen, and she no longer has that rock, that confidence to be by her side when the doors are closed.
Okay, well, let's pick that up in a moment, but it has just gone 4 o'clock. Prince Philip's death means that the rest of today's schedule has had to change here on ITV and STV. We will remain on air until 5 o'clock when James Mates has a special documentary on the Duke of Edinburgh. At 6 o'clock, the news from your area will run as normal, followed by the ITV national news. Then, from 7 o'clock, Julie Etchingham and Philip Schofield will present a live programme called Prince Philip Fondly Remembered. They'll be speaking to the people who knew the Duke best, including Sir David Attenborough and Joanna Lumley. At 9 o'clock, Chris Shipp has another special programme. Take a look.
Most of us knew him simply as the husband of the Queen, the father of the heir to the throne, Prince Charles. But the full picture of Prince Philip is more remarkable, much more intriguing, and far more surprising.
Certainly when he first went to school, he was asked, what he was called, and he said, "I'm called Philip." And they said, "You must have another name." "What do you mean, just Philip?" And so eventually he said, "Well, I suppose I'm Philip of Greece."
6 million young people around the world have taken part in the award scheme that bears his name.
His own instability in terms of his young life had given him an extraordinary perspective and ability to relate and an inbuilt strength.
Father, consort, innovator, grandfather. In Prince Philip's royal life, he has left his own indelible mark.
Chris's programme on the Duke on later tonight. And the news which we've been bringing you this afternoon is that the Duke of Edinburgh has sadly died at the age of 99. The Queen has expressed her deep sorrow following the death of her beloved husband of 73 years. Prince Philip died at Windsor Castle, where he had returned in March after a month-long stay in hospital. Tributes have poured in from all across the globe, with world leaders joining Boris Johnson in sending their condolences. And at the gates of Buckingham Palace and indeed at Windsor Castle, people have been leaving flowers and messages for a family in mourning. With all the latest, here's our UK editor, Paul Brandt.
The formal announcement was placed outside Buckingham Palace this afternoon. 4 short paragraphs marking the end of a long life, one of the longest in service to this country. It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, the announcement read. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. That morning was marked with flags at half-mast at Buckingham Palace, above Parliament, and over Downing Street too, where the Prime Minister paid tribute.
Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen.
At Windsor, where he spent his last weeks with the Queen, flowers are already being left. The Duke might not have been known for his own sentimentality, but many across this country now wish to express their affection.
My heart just breaks for the Queen and the family, because she lost her husband and such a stability in the country, I think, the royal family. So yeah, just deeply sad.
I've met him personally. It's at the 12 Windsor Scout groups just down the road. And so also doing his Duke of Edinburgh programme, you know, he's left quite an impression on me, and I'm sure the rest of the UK as well.
He was Prince of all 4 UK nations but Duke of Edinburgh. And in the Scottish capital today, an announcement was also placed outside Holyrood House.
He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh. But probably above all of that, the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people.
Crowds have continued to gather outside royal residences this afternoon. They are being urged not to due to the pandemic. But many want to pay their respects, even in extraordinary times, to the Duke of Edinburgh, who helped see this country through so many others.
Paul Brand there. Chris, as we could just see, obviously flowers beginning to be placed, as you were talking about earlier, at the gates of Buckingham Palace and at Windsor. As you will remember, you know, I guess the last comparable situation was the death and the funeral of the Queen Mother. It began in quite a quiet way. I mean, her death wasn't a surprise after all, but it really did build. And in those final days, people were queuing for hours and for miles across the bridges. You'll remember it. This time it sort of does strike me that there's nowhere for that feeling to go. People who want to pay their respects for his life of service and the contribution. How does the government deal with that? It's actually quite tricky.
I think it is really tricky, and we've already seen today people laying flowers outside the Cambridge Gate, which is at the end of the Long Walk in Windsor. We've seen some at Buckingham Palace as well, and that's despite, I mean, here's some flowers here, that's despite people being told not to do it. And the overriding priority over the next 8 or 9 days until the funeral, and we await for the Queen's decision on the funeral, is that there should be no gathering of the public in order to put public health at risk. And that's going to be very difficult because people are bringing flowers of their own volition at the moment. We saw little children laying them at Windsor Castle earlier, and that's going to be really tough. And you rightly say that the Queen Mother's funeral was different. That was a lying in state. This was going to be a sort of ceremonial funeral, but now even that's being pared down. The procession that would have happened in London is now not happening. Everything will happen behind the walls of Windsor Castle. And people are being told not to gather at Windsor Castle even on the day of the funeral because of the pandemic, and that's going to be very difficult to manage because you're telling people not to follow their instincts if they want to lay some flowers or to gather to remember the Duke.
I think anyone who ever met the Duke or knew the Duke understood that he was a very strong, driven personality. And that was true in the family as much as anywhere else. What do you think, in truth, will be the impact of his death after so many years?
I think the Queen is now missing somebody who she has relied upon in such a great way since she became Queen at such a young age, at 25 in 1952, upon the sudden death of her father. He's been there as the rock, the confidant, the debater, the antagonizer, whatever it is. He's been there at her side. And officially, yes, as the consort to the Queen, and he's the longest consort that this country's ever had, but also unofficially as well when the doors are closed. So even when he's been retired, he's been around. I remember seeing him at Sandringham on the day of what was called the Sandringham Summit, when the royal family gathered to work out what to do about Harry and Meghan's wish to leave. He didn't take part in the official proceedings, but you can bet your bottom dollar he had a word with the Queen over breakfast about what she should or shouldn't say at that meeting. She doesn't have that anymore, and I think anyone who has been widowed will understand the loss that happens at a time like this. Was this unexpected? Of course not. He was 99 years of age. He would have been 100 in June. But the impact on the family will be a much more dramatic change, I think. It was already changing. Prince Charles was already taking on a lot more of the responsibilities, appearing alongside his mother where his father used to appear. But I think it will now clearly accelerate the change that was already going on within the royal family at a constitutional level.
OK, Chris, so we were talking about the flowers, and as we said, people have been leaving flowers outside the gates of Buckingham Palace in tribute to Prince Philip. And let's go and speak to Juliet Bremner, who is there for us. Juliet, there has been an appeal for crowds not to gather, and we understand exactly why, but many are continuing to come.
That's exactly right. In normal times, you would expect Buckingham Palace to be a magnet for the crowds. It is the emblem of the royal family, their main principal residence. And they had, in normal times, they would have put the royal death notice on the railings for 24 hours. But because they were in some respects anticipating Prince Philip's death, they had thought about this carefully, because we are not, of course, in normal times. We are in a times of pandemic, of COVID restrictions, and therefore they decided that it would only go up for a very limited time, and it did. It was posted for less than an hour, and that was precisely to try and keep the crowds away. They had hoped if there was no formal notice to read, then people might not come, but as you can see behind me, they are indeed still here. I also know that they had hoped that they wouldn't have to put up crowd barriers, but because people have come and want to pay their respects, the police are now putting up those cordons to try, I think, to retain some of the organisation that they need to have to make sure that some of those COVID restrictions are respected. And we've been down there talking to some of the people about why they felt it was necessary for them to come. And as you might expect, many say that it was just a pull of a man who they felt they'd known for their whole lives. There were some quite emotional scenes. One lady said that she'd actually burst into tears when she'd heard about his death, which is perhaps not something you would expect for a man who is 99, but she said that she was really saddened not just for him but for the Queen, and she worried that she would now be left by herself without that man who had been her rock. We've also seen all ages. We've seen children who were as young as 6 putting flowers down there. There's now lines and lines of bouquets, and they told us that they'd learnt about Prince Philip at school in that brief time that they'd been back before the Easter break. And then there were the messages that were left on the railings of Buckingham Palace, and they're really very touching. They speak predominantly of service, and they say things like, thank you for your service, thank you for a lifetime of service, your devoted service. And then one says, what, from one public servant to another. It's only signed by S, but he all talks about your devotion to our forces. So my suspicions are it may be from a soldier or a sailor who wanted to pay his respects to the Prince. And these have been put up along the railings as personal tributes to people. And I think that despite the police's best efforts to gently coax people along and to move them along, that you're going to see hundreds of people coming down here to pay those kind of respects over the coming hours.
Julia, I don't know if you heard, I was just talking with Chris about the Queen Mother's funeral. Obviously, before that there was Diana's funeral, but that was in very, tragically she died young and in very different circumstances. But even the Queen Mother's funeral, although it began with her death in quite a quiet way, it really built in those days, and thousands upon thousands of people turned out. So I understand this is an impossible question, but talking to the people who have come today, is your sense that this is a bit unstoppable and the crowds will grow?
Yes, absolutely. I think that people do want to pay their respects. I remember, like you do, those lines of mourners that we saw for the Queen Mother. They ended up crossing bridges over the Thames to try and go and pay their respects as she lay in state. One big difference here is that we know that the Duke of Edinburgh didn't want to lie in state and won't, so he isn't going to be in a public building in London in the same way that she was. And I suppose there will be different points of focus for people to come and pay their respects, in as much that he died at Windsor Castle. Buckingham Palace is, as we say, the family seat of power, and there are other palaces around the country, Sandringham and up in Scotland. So I suppose there will be different points of focus, and I would assume that there may be some kind of books of condolences opened in different areas of the country to try and disperse those crowds so that they have more local points to go and write their memories, to make the notes of their thanks for his life of service and duty to the Queen. Queen. But what will happen when it comes to his funeral? Now, I know that I've heard Chris, like you have, say that it will be up to the Queen, those final decisions about how it's going to be conducted in some discussion with the Prime Minister. But I'm sure at the forefront of her mind and their mind will be the need to try and keep people away. But the big question is, are they willing to stay? Well, will they feel in some way that they've been slightly robbed if they're not allowed to turn out and pay their respects to somebody who they feel has spent so many decades in our country, doing right by the country, standing by the Queen? So I'm not quite sure how they're going to sort that out and as it were, bridge that gap. But I suppose we will learn in the coming hours.
OK, it is complicated, Juliet. Thank you very much indeed. Well, with Prince Philip no longer at the Queen's side, the second Elizabethan era will end, as Victorian times did with a widow Queen. The sight of the Queen without the Duke has become more familiar since his retirement from public life in 2017, of course. But in private, their relationship remained as close as ever. As Rachel Younger reports, the Queen must now go on without the husband she called her strength and stay.
Together, they saw it all. Through the good times and the bad, the Queen and Prince Philip remained side by side, right to the end.
All the Commonwealth realm.
Now she grieves for a husband whose guidance meant so much.
During these years as your Queen, the support of my family has, across the generations, been beyond measure. Prince Philip is, I believe, well known for declining compliments of any kind. But throughout, he has been a constant strength and guide.
Even as a teenager setting out in life, Philip was already there. It was at a society wedding when the handsome prince from Greece was first seen to offer the young princess and her sister his gentle support. Their engagement was initially kept secret until Elizabeth turned 21, but news of their marriage captured the public's imagination and the nation's heart.
Oh, this was a day of national rejoicing, a day indeed which had caught the imagination of men and women all over the world.
And their wedding put the couple truly centre stage in a national pageant. The pair had expected to spend their early years of marriage in Malta. Philip was stationed there with the Navy, and his career was progressing fast.
It was on the next day that the Princess and the Duke attended the Saddle Club dance at the Hotel Phoenicia.
But those carefree days would end much sooner than expected. With King George VI dying aged just 56, the Duke gave it all up to concentrate on royal duties.
It's naturally disappointing because I'd just been promoted to commander. And in fact, the most interesting part of a naval career was just starting. But then equally, if I stopped and thought about it, well, being married to the Queen, it seems to me that my first duty was to serve her in the best way I could.
It was the start of a partnership which caught the attention of millions around the world. 3/4 of the population of Australia turned out to see them on their first visit down under. The sea of faces followed the couple wherever they went. Over the decades, they became a formidable partnership. And although the Queen was the centre of attention, they took on the world as a team.
He was always supporting her. But they make a unique team together. We're very lucky to have two such strong people and who were never rivals.
Philip's sense of fun and ability to put the Queen at ease helped to relieve the pressure on many formal occasions.
Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid the Queen forgot to bring her glasses with her. So I've been asked to read her speech.
He's left his hand there.
And his willingness to embrace change and technology helped them take the monarchy forward together.
Royal Guard! Hey!
But at the age of 96, the Duke was ready for a break. He stepped away from public life with the Queen's blessing, after more than 22,000 engagements. At the time, it was expected that the rest of the family would step in to accompany the Queen. Instead, Prince Andrew's been forced out, and Harry and Meghan have acrimoniously withdrawn from royal life. Sheltering from the pandemic at Windsor Castle, the Queen's had a lot to weather. But she's continued to press on with her public duties.
To do that by yourself, I think, would be a very, very lonely place to be. But I think to have the support of your husband there by your side on those occasions and behind closed doors as well, I think is really special.
After a life with him, Queen Elizabeth must now face her future without him. Britain's widow queen. And in this new solo journey, she'll be looking for the support of her family to continue life without the companionship of the consort who was with her for so long.
Well, Paul joins me here in the studio now, as well as the royal historian Anna Whitelock. Paul, perhaps we can come to you first, because I believe President Biden has said something.
Yeah, of course, tributes have been coming in from around the world, as you'd expect this afternoon, Tom. The latest is from the President of the United States, Joe Biden, who says, on behalf of all of the people of the United States, we send our deepest condolences to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the entire royal family, and all the people of the United Kingdom on the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. He says, Jill and I, of course, Jill is his wife, are keeping the Queen and Prince Philip's children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren in our hearts during this time. And that just adds the latest tribute to dozens that have been coming in this afternoon.
I guess the point about these tributes, in a way, is that many of these people, of course, knew him. You become a world leader. You quite often get invited by our government to come to perhaps pay a state visit to the UK, you go to the palace, and a lot of these people say later they felt pretty nervous going in to meet the Queen and the Duke, a couple who've met every world leader for decades and decades.
Yeah, and of course, some of them are family as well. I think one of the most touching was from Spain's King and Queen, which said, "Dear Aunt Lilibet," i.e. Queen Elizabeth, to express their deep sadness at the passing of dear Uncle Philip. So, I think we forget sometimes that our royal family, the Queen's not just our head of state, she is actually related to other heads of state around the world. And as you say, they invite other heads of state to come to the country, and they are a key part of those diplomatic ties between our nation and others.
Anna, maybe can I just pick up on that, because it's something when you in years covering politics, Paul will remember this. You go to the White House, and when the president comes in, everyone, press corps included, stands up, except the British press corps, which, for reasons best known to ourselves, insisted on kind of sitting there with their arms crossed and not standing up because the Prime Minister wasn't our head of state. The Queen is, and it's obviously of massive importance here in the UK, but not clearly understood to a lot of countries around the world.
Absolutely, and I think the point that is often lost too, of course, is that the Queen is head of state in 15 other countries around the world. So when Justin Trudeau of Canada spoke of his sadness at the passing of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, he talked about the impact that Philip had on his country, on Canada, because of course the British royal family is a Canadian royal family too. The Queen is head of state in Australia, in New Zealand, in Canada, in 9 countries in the Caribbean, in Jamaica and so on, a number of other countries, St Kitts and Nevis, it goes on, Grenada. So these are countries that, for them, they are mourning their prince too. So it's important to remember that this is a global figure and a figure of significance, not just in the United Kingdom.
It's worth maybe saying that often you'd hear world leaders say, they go in, as I was just saying to Paul, a bit nervous, they're going in to meet the Queen and no idea what to expect. It's not like anything else they do. It's not like going to see a Prime Minister where you've got an agenda that's been given to you by your civil servants or whatever. You're going in to meet the Queen and the Duke, no idea what they're going to say. And the one thing everyone always said is that really it was their dry sense of humour that is the one thing they, very funny in private, the Duke as much as the Queen.
Yeah, I mean, I've sort of seen them working the line, and the Queen will go along and say her sort of pleasantries, and then Prince Philip would always move sort of at the back, sweeping up, giving people a little bit more time, a little bit more energy, and often you know, a wry smile, a joke. I mean, he was incredibly funny, and of course he's known for those gaffes, but actually beyond that, he was funny, he was kind, he had so much energy. And of course, so many of us just think of him as an old man. He's been that sort of old man figure in the nation's consciousness now for sort of decades. But, you know, he was a dashing, young, energetic, attractive, you know, social figure who we've talked about, you know, in his Navy career. He was head of the family, and I think we have to reflect on the fact that the royal family really run as a patriarchy. You know, he was the boss at home. The Queen in her wedding vows, of course, promised to obey him, even though then in her coronation, he, you know, obviously gave his allegiance to her as Queen. She's now lost a husband. They've lost head of the family, and the Queen now becomes, as you say, a widow. And you know, if we look back, parallels are often drawn with Queen Victoria, the sort of record-breaking long reign, and we think about the impact that Prince Albert's death had on Queen Victoria. This marked a completely different moment in her reign. For the next 40 years, she withdrew. She was certainly in mourning for the next 40 years. She rarely came into public view. It changed her. She talked in one of her diaries about how at that moment night became day. Day became night. Day became night. So the loss of her husband. And I think now we'll see, you know, how the Queen manages, how she regroups, how she continues. She has had time to get used to doing engagements on her own since Philip's retirement, but it's a very different thing now that she's a widow and really very much on her own.
It's a good point, actually, that total change in Queen Victoria and the total change in the nature of her reign, really, when Albert died. With the Queen, one sense that there's been a sort of quite conscious changing of the guard for 3 or 4 years within the royal family already. Prince Charles has been stepping up to do more. Obviously, the Duke of Edinburgh kind of retired from his public duties. It's not that the Queen's doing less, but there's been a distinct sense of, you know, the royal family thinking ahead and changing the guard slowly. What do you think will be the impact in terms of that process of the Duke's death today?
I think that's absolutely right. This process has been happening. We've seen Charles stepping in, doing more remembrance service. He, you know, laying the wreath. We see at the cenotaph. We've seen that for a while. The opening of Parliament, on occasions we've seen Charles and Camilla there alongside the Queen, and in the past Prince Philip. I think we'll see Charles much more at his mother's side, or indeed, of course, acting in place of her on engagements. And of course William too. William is taking on a more active role, and so too are, you know, other members of the royal family. Prince Edward, again, active in the Commonwealth in particular, and of course it will be Prince Edward who will very probably inherit the title of Duke of Edinburgh when Prince Charles assumes the throne.
Okay. And for now, thank you very much indeed. Now, Prince Philip was regarded as a stabilising force at the heart of the royal family. To what extent was he also a modernising influence on the institution? To discuss this, I'm joined by Sir Ken Alisa, Lord Lieutenant of Greater London, who knew the Duke personally, and political commentator Aisha Hazarika. Good afternoon to you both. Aisha, perhaps I could start with you. What is your sort of, when we talk about the Duke being a moderniser, what do you make of that?
Well, certainly he was an advocate of using technology to, bring the public into the royal family. He was sort of noted for doing that. But I actually think his marriage to the Queen was very modern. He served his country really by serving his Queen. And I think what we forget is at that time, you know, he was a very strong, proud man in his own right, you know, quite an alpha man, if you like. And he had this really interesting role where she was the primary ruler, obviously, and he had to sort of support her. So I think in some ways that optic in itself was very modern, and he wore that role very, very well. I'm sure it must have been uncomfortable for him right at the beginning, because he was such a young man with these ambitions, to have a big naval career. So I think that's paved the way for many modern marriages you look at now. I mean, you know, that phrase, behind every great man is a great woman. Well, actually, in our case, behind our great Queen was a great partner. I mean, their union, I think, is fascinating. And one of the things that just strikes me as well is this golden thread of history that he and the Queen represent. I mean, to imagine that when she came to the throne, it was the era of Churchill, Nehru, Truman, Stalin, Mao. They have weathered huge changes in society, politics, the economy, geopolitics, technology, and yet their union was such a strong bond for both of them.
Aisha, it's a very good point. I mean, you just have to think of the many, many world leaders, back through the Cold War, Ceausescu amongst many others, famously, who came on these state visits. And honestly, if they were ever to have sat down and really shared their reflections on all this, it would have been absolutely fascinating. So Ken, I mean, Aisha's point there, I think is a really fascinating one. The idea, especially given his naval background, which was an intensely male career at the time, and he gives it all up, completely unusually for the time, to devote his life to helping his wife in her duties.
Well, if I pick up on that last word, duty, I think what we have lost today is a powerful symbol of what duty really means. And we've had much discussion in the country over recent years about what do we care about, what are our values, what's important. And this golden thread that Aisha was speaking about has been this constant platform that's allowed us to think about it. And this idea of duty and of service, I think, is essentially British. Neither of you mentioned it, but of course His Royal Highness had also a distinguished war record, risking his life for his country. This idea of duty and service, or these ideas of duty and service, are so key. And I think when we reflect on his life, which is a remarkable one, those are the two hooks on which he should be hanging a contribution. For example, one of his first patronage was of what was then the Boys' Clubs of London, now London Youth, which I've very honoured to recently become the president. But 70-something years ago, he decided that shining a light on the needs of young people from tough reality backgrounds would be part of us rebuilding the nation after the Second World War. And then he stuck with that patronage for over 70 years, attending events every year, visiting youth clubs, seeing young people, encouraging them, bringing them into the nation and understanding where they lived and what they belonged to. So I think duty and service are, certainly from my experience, the two big hooks on which I'd hang every story about His Royal Highness.
You obviously had a fair amount of personal dealings with him. What will be the lasting impressions that you will take away of him?
Well, I wouldn't want to overstate my relationship with His Royal Highness, first of all. As Lord Lieutenant of Greater London, it was largely restricted to when he arrived on an official visit, during the official visit, and then leaving. We didn't play golf together or those sorts of things. So I'm very, very much on the lieutenancy side here. And so the answer to your question is, what's my abiding memory? The answer is staying permanently on my toes at all time when in his presence. Aisha mentioned again the wit and the attention to people, but he had this great capacity to actually understand what was happening to the other person and then to keep us on our toes. I'll tell a story. We were mentioning heads of state coming to the country. When President Xi arrived in this country in a very important period of the relationship we had with China, he was going to arrive at Horse Guards to meet the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, the leader of the armed services, etc., etc., etc. And the protocol is, as Lord Lieutenant, I meet the royal party first, present all of those people, and then when the head of state from abroad arrives, Her Majesty presents me and then all those other people. And I'd never done it before. So there I'm in my uniform and Horse Guards. The car is coming across the tarmac. Everywhere are soldiers standing to attention. I'm saluting, the national anthem is playing. And suddenly I thought, what do I say? How do I greet them? So ever more jelly-like in this enormously important moment for the history of the country, I can't think what to say. The car stops. Her Majesty gets out. I shake Her Majesty's hand and said, Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness, welcome to London. Now, anybody who's ever met His Royal Highness will know that was just an enormous, great trap waiting for me to fall in. Because he looked at me and said famously, welcome to London. We live here. And then I'm a gibbering idiot who has to present the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary, etc., etc. Now, I know what he was doing. He was, it's quite funny. Actually, it's very funny. No, it wasn't particularly funny because I'm just nerve-wracking. But actually, let's not get pompous. Let's not get above ourselves. Let's do any of those things. There's a job to be done here. A very important person is about to arrive. Just stay on your toes, Alyssa. And so I did. And I think I can tell many stories like that, but they've all got that common feature there, which is I stayed on my toes.
Okay, it's a great story. Aisha, can I just ask finally, it's so difficult to predict, isn't it? You know, there was one kind of reaction to Diana's death, very visceral and continuingly so for days and days and weeks, a slower but building reaction to the Queen Mother's death. I know it's impossibly difficult to predict, but as the days go forward, what is your sense of how this country at this time is likely to respond to the Duke's death?
I mean, I think people will want to make their own personal tributes for all the excellent reasons we've heard, you know, to mark the amount of duty and service that he gave. But I think something that you have been discussing this afternoon with some of our other panelists, I think there will be a real sense of not just sadness, but this feeling that we are reaching the end of an era. We are reaching the end of this period of Elizabethan reign. And I think that is tinged with real sadness because of this incredible sweep of history that she and Prince Philip had. So I think there will be a lot of outpouring of love and affection for the Queen, a lot of sadness, but also just starting to begin to start imagining what this next era of British history will look like. And I think that is going to be quite hard for a lot of people to process because, you know, we have had decades and decades of the Queen and Philip, you know, at the helm of all of this. So I think there's going to be quite a lot of national sort of soul searching that starts now.
Okay, Aisha, Sir Ken, thank you very much. It's a very good point, the sense to which this may be the end of an era and what that means for all of us. Now, tributes have been pouring in on social media with people sharing their memories of the Duke as well as their condolences. Lucrezia is here with some of the messages.
Tom, thank you. Yes, so many memories, so many stories, and people of all walks of life and ages have been reflecting on their relationship with the Duke. Many have posted messages of condolences on social media. Among them, Will Close Ash is a mountaineer who started his career by taking part in the Duke of Edinburgh's awards. He tweeted this picture saying, "I met Prince Philip on 3 separate occasions and on each he was a perfect gentleman." Someone else whose life was impacted by those awards is Brian Philpotts. Now, he says his children are currently taking part in the scheme. He says, "I met Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, on a number of occasions over the years. I speak as I find, and he was straightforward, engaging and charming. His legacy will be the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. One of ours is finishing silver and the other starts gold next week. R.I.P. sir." Another proud parent, Claire, described her daughter's joy at meeting the Duke. She says, "Such sad news about Prince Philip today. Emma had the incredible pleasure of meeting Prince Philip and the Queen in 2014 to present them with a picture that she drew. He spent ages talking to her." And dancer Junior Frood also appreciated his rapport with children. R.I.P. to His Royal Highness Prince Philip. "I will always remember the day I met him at the Queen's Royal Jubilee in Leeds when I was 8 years old. Prince Philip got his royal aides to lift me over the barriers so I could give the flowers to the Queen myself." With some lovely memories there. Just a very small sample of the variety of lives the Duke made an impact on during so many years and a long career and long time in service. No doubt there'll be more tributes throughout the evening and in the coming days. Tom.
Lucrezia, for now, thank you very much indeed. Now, throughout his life, Prince Philip demonstrated a love of outdoor pursuits and a passion for the natural world. Through the Duke of Edinburgh Awards, he provided millions of young people with new experiences and challenges. We can now speak to the explorer and the adventurer, Sir David Hempelman-Adams. Sir David, we've talked a bit about the Duke's naval career, we've talked about his education at Gordonston, we've talked about his love of the outdoors. Could you just talk us through the impact you think he had in these particular areas over the causes and the passions he chose to pursue as Duke of Edinburgh over the years?
Well, you're quite right. He was in the Navy. He was very much an outdoors person, and he started off the Duke of Edinburgh Award. I started when I was a young boy, when I was 13, and that's really what got me into exploration. And he was the patron for a lot of my expeditions. But whenever I saw him privately in his library, it was never for a cup of tea. He would always challenge me, always had my feet to the fire. and ask some really sometimes awkward questions. And whenever I would come back, he would again be really quite excited to hear about the actual facts of expeditions and ask them, again, really, really interesting questions. And things like climate change, he was years and years ahead of his time. I mean, he's seen a lot of the world and seen a lot of the experiences. The other thing I think people seem to forget, of all these visits he's been to around the world, he was very, very accomplished and very, very knowledgeable. So it was never a surprise to me where if you were asking about a GPS or navigation or anything, he really did know his stuff. It was he was a very, very intelligent man and very knowledgeable.
I love the idea that he's holding your feet to the fire in these meetings. He was insatiably curious, was he not? Can you tell us a little more about those meetings and exactly what he wanted to know?
Well, he had this ability to really drill down into information. I was very privileged at one stage to be the chair of the 50th. And there was, I got a lot of experts together, got a big document together. And I sent it up to Balmoral because it was the summer, and it came back within a day. There was a lot of red ink all through it. And when I got back to London, we went through it, and he would say, "No, we're not doing that." And I say, "Well, with respect, sir." And he, he occasionally swore at me. But I found if you just said to him, "This won't work," he would just dismiss it. If you came up with 3 or 4 reasons why it would work, he would always listen. He'd say, "Okay, let me think about it," and he would always come back positively. So he would always challenge you. He always liked being challenged, and he enjoyed it, and he would always respect other people's opinions.
I remember going around the country actually for the Queen and the Duke's Golden Jubilee, and so many events, and there were moments where you thought, just doing that many events and meeting that many people must be exhausting, always a polite word, always a smile, and all the rest of it. But it really reminded you, actually, they just had a huge impact in a very quiet way on an awful lot of people's lives. And I was very interested to hear you talk there about the impact he had on you and the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. And the truth is that an awful lot of people have been very heavily influenced by that.
By millions of people all around the world. The actual award scheme has been hugely successful. And he started that off 64 years ago, and it hasn't changed at all. And the reason why is when he started off, there was no computers, there was probably not space age, and there was lots of social media. But young children haven't changed. And he always said, this was a scheme for young people at that time, and they haven't changed at all. So it's the same scheme at 64 years ago. It's just changed for young people over the time, and it's hugely, hugely successful. And I know he was extremely proud, and he was very keen. When I got my gold many years ago, I was very lucky to go to Buckingham Palace to pick the award up. And I remember taking my mother and thinking, my goodness, this is absolutely fantastic. And he made it a point that anybody who attained their gold award would pick up their award at a palace. And this still happens to this day. He thought that was a real, the icing on top of the cake. And he realized with exams and people's time so limited, it was fantastic if people could actually get through the scheme and achieve the gold award.
So, David, some fantastic recollections there. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Well, let's move away from recollections for a moment and come to Paul. Paul, you have some news about social distancing and what they may be thinking on that front.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. We've already been hearing from the government this afternoon quite clearly that they don't want people to gather outside royal residences to pay tributes. We've seen people laying flowers this afternoon, quite understandably. People want to pay their respects, but of course we are still in the middle of a pandemic and social distancing is absolutely vital in order to stop the spread of the virus. And now we have a fresh statement from Buckingham Palace this evening reiterating that message. They're saying, during the coronavirus pandemic and in light of current government advice and social distancing guidelines, modified funeral and ceremonial arrangements for His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh are being considered by Her Majesty the Queen, and details of those will be considered in due course. But also, with the safety and well-being of the public in mind, we're asking people not to gather in crowds. Those wishing to express their condolences are asked to actually donate to charity, the royal family says, rather than gathering at these royal residences. And there will be a book of condolence, but it's going to be online at the royal family website. So really a very strong message coming out of both the royal family today and the government to please not gather at royal residences. The Mayor of London also reiterating that this evening. I think that is the key message here.
In these kind of circumstances, we remember Tony Blair famously coming out, the People's Princess and all the rest of it, with Diana, again, as in totally different circumstances. But these situations are always a little bit tricky for governments, aren't they? Because they've got to be seen to get the mood right and respond in the right way. And in a time of COVID, that's actually quite complicated.
Yeah, and I think you can see in the statement here, they're trying to find other ways, aren't they, of allowing people to pay their respects. The online book of condolences, the donations to charity. So I think they respect the fact that people do want to pay tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh, but they've got to find COVID-secure ways of doing that. And of course, this affects all sort of angles on the government, really, because they've also cancelled all government interviews, all government press conferences at this time of national crisis. We're still in this pandemic. So it's a very difficult few days ahead, actually, for the government. How does it continue to reiterate its public health message whilst being respectful to the Duke of Edinburgh, whilst following protocol and sort of subduing government activity as is expected after the death of a key family member of the royal family?
OK, Paul, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's go to Neil Connery, who is at Windsor Castle. Neil, you've obviously been speaking to people who have come out, quite understandably, wanting to respond. Is your sense that these statements will actually make any difference, or are people quite set on coming to pay their respects?
Tom, I've been here throughout the afternoon. I wouldn't say there are large crowds, but there has been a steady ebb and flow of people coming up here to the Henry VIII gate. They're being advised, some did leave some flowers earlier on, but people now being advised to go up to the Cambridge gate at the top of the long walk here at Windsor and lay flowers there. There clearly is a fine balance here between these COVID restrictions that we're under, and yet people understandably want to pay their respects on a day like today. And we've been speaking to some of those people up at the top of the long walk who've been laying their flowers about all of this, and this is what they had to say.
I think it's very difficult, but we were a bit sceptical about coming, but we just felt like we had to come and pay our respects for an individual who spent their whole life serving their country. It's the least that we could do.
You know, from what I've seen so far, obviously a lot of the residents, you know, the long walk is where we come every day for our exercise. So I think for everyone this is where we'd be anyway, which is obviously a bit of a juggle. But yes, I'd probably say to encourage people not to come and visit, because obviously that's going to be really tricky. But at the same time, obviously people want to pay their respects, so it's a very difficult situation.
Yeah, I think people are complying with that and trying their best. As far as I can see, that, you know, people are showing their respects in a COVID compliant way, which is yes, it's good. It's good to see.
It is a difficult balance, but I think one of the key messages emerging this afternoon is that people shouldn't really be gathering outside royal residences. That's the message we've had from the royal family and from the Cabinet Office as well. But understandably, I think emotions running high, and people really do want to show their respects to the Duke of Edinburgh.
Neil, thank you very much indeed. Now, at the centre of the Duke of Edinburgh's life was really the most remarkable love story. He first met the Queen as a young naval officer when they were both teenagers. The story of how they met owes much to his unusual upbringing, which saw him spend summer holidays away from his parents with friends and relatives. Among those he stayed with were the Mountbattens, a family, of course, as we know, with close links to the royals. Geraint Vincent has been to meet the only member of the family who is still alive. Lady Pamela Hicks was Prince Philip's cousin. She's been explaining how her father played a key role in introducing Philip to Elizabeth.
If the Duke of Edinburgh was renowned for his sense of duty, just as strong,
was his sense of fun. These photographs of Philip in a biscuit eating competition, which he won, provide some early evidence of that. He was a boy who had to learn how to keep himself entertained. Born in Greece and raised in British boarding schools, the Prince saw little of his parents. He spent the holidays passed around various relatives, like his Uncle Louis, Lord Mountbatten, whose daughter, Lady Pamela, remembers the young prince who came to stay.
Great fun, extremely good looking. If he saw you, you'd become the butt of the joke immediately, and which was very frightening if you're a small child.
But there was a sense of fun that surrounded him and his presence when he was young.
Life was never long. Good heavens, no.
Mountbatten was the Royal Navy commander who was also a friend and relative of the royal family. He counselled the young Princess Elizabeth in much the same way as he'd been a mentor to Philip.
The lively interest of the heiress to the throne is aroused by what must be for her a unique spectacle. To learn the identity of the ships and the answers to a dozen problems at once, the princess questions her cousin, Commander Lord Louis Mountbatten. A happy picture this, and not to be forgotten.
And when the Windsors came to visit the Naval College in Dartmouth, where Philip was training to be a sailor, Uncle Louis made sure his 18-year-old nephew was able to spend some time with the young princess.
She came with the King and Queen to the, I suppose, passing out parade or whatever it is at Dartmouth. And my father looked and saw a certain expression on the princess's face and thought, oh, what a good idea.
But the arrival of war put paid to any early romance. Prince Philip was on active service in the Mediterranean, and Elizabeth could only write letters to the sailor with whom she was clearly smitten.
My father would try to help, and I remember an awful row with my father and Prince Philip. Philip would say, for God's sake, keep away or you'll ruin everything.
So he wasn't the matchmaker that he perhaps wanted to be, your father?
He was, Prince Philip thought he was going to be the great interferer. Goodness, what luck they found each other, wasn't it?
It's easy to see the radiant happiness of the princess as she and her very good-looking husband-to-be pose for the cameras in the palace.
The heir to the throne's engagement to the dashing young naval officer brought brightness to Britain's post-war gloom. And yet at court, this was a marriage which, to say the least, raised eyebrows.
Why is she not marrying a wholesome Scotsman? Why is she marrying this penniless Greek? But that was blown up out of all proportion. And it really caused a terrible hoo-ha. This unknown, boisterous Greek. Ooh, the court couldn't think of a more unsuitable consort for the future queen.
Elizabeth and Philip, of course, proved all the early doubters wrong. Theirs was a marriage which lasted the course, where a family was raised amid all the pressures of public life. But as tempers frayed on one of the royal couple's early tours, the Queen's former lady-in-waiting remembers a relationship which had to weather all the ordinary stresses and strains.
But it's not very often that anybody criticizes her. But to have a husband say, oh, don't be such a bloody fool. And then in Britannia, there were quite a few moments when, they'd have a little row. And she'd say, I'm going to shut myself in my cabin, and I'm not coming out until it's cooled down. Let me know when it's cooled down, not come out.
How did you find out whether or not he was in a better mood?
By him stomping in or out.
Two strong characters undoubtedly, but two people whose quiet devotion to one another has been obvious throughout their public life.
But they make a unique team together. We're very lucky to have two such strong people, and who were never rivals. He was always supporting her.
Marrying a future monarch meant that the Duke couldn't serve his country in the way that he'd first chosen to. He had to give up his naval career. But the long and successful reign of Queen Elizabeth has been due in no small part to the man she called her strength and stay.
Did you have a sense from her perspective, Lady Pamela, of how important he was to her?
Nobody else in the world as important. If a young girl falls in love with a very handsome, very dynamic man, he will be her hero. Exasperating, many rows, but her hero the whole time.
Some recollections there. Now we're coming up to the end of our live coverage here on ITV on the day that Buckingham Palace announced that Prince Philip has sadly died at the age of 99. He was the longest serving consort in British history. A framed notice announcing his death was placed on the railings outside Buckingham Palace. The statement, which was issued by the palace, read, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course." The royal family joined with people around the world in mourning his loss. Flags at Buckingham Palace, Downing Street and the Palace of Westminster have been lowered to half-mast, and the Prime Minister has joined those across the country and indeed around the world in paying tribute to the Duke. Speaking in Downing Street, Boris Johnson said the nation's thoughts were with the Queen and the rest of the royal family.
Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War, at Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life.
Prime Minister there reflecting on what many do consider the end of an era. That is just about it from us here for now, but do stay with us on ITV. Coming up next, James Mates has a special documentary on the Duke of Edinburgh, and Mary will be here with the ITV Evening News at 6:30. I will be back in this chair at 10. It has, of course, been a day of mourning for the nation. The death of the Duke of Edinburgh has been felt by people across the country, whether you are young or old. He has been an ever-present figure in public life throughout many of our lives. But at the heart of this is a family who've today lost a much-loved husband, father, grandfather and indeed great-grandfather, who spent 73 years of marriage at the Queen's side. The Duke of Edinburgh gave his life to service, helping millions with the award scheme in his name and supporting the Queen when she needed him. He may be gone, but his contribution to the nation will never be forgotten. That's it for now. But from all of us here, goodbye, and thank you very much indeed for watching.